What price must humanity pay to appease a god? Beneath the ominous shadows of ancient temples, the air thickens with the scent of incense and dread, a chilling prelude to the festival of Saturn. The ground quakes subtly, echoing the pulse of a city caught between reverence and terror, where the cries of the innocent weave into the fabric of a divine ritual. As twilight descends, the flickering torchlight reveals faces painted in shades of fear and fervor, each mask a testament to the collective anxiety hovering like storm clouds overhead. Tonight, a sacrifice will be made, a life offered to Saturn, the god who rules over time and harvest, his demand for blood a grim tradition that entwines devotion with horror. The citizens gather, their hearts pounding like a war drum, caught in a web of anticipation and dread. Will the sacrifice bring favor, or will it invoke the god's wrath? The murmur of the crowd swells like a tide, a rhythmic chant that speaks of ancient lore and forgotten promises. Each person stands at the precipice of faith and doubt, their fates intertwined with the choice of one who must face the altar. In the flickering shadows, a figure emerges, a child, wide-eyed and trembling, unaware of the heavy burden resting on fragile shoulders. The whispers around her swell with urgency and fear, voices laced with the reality of what must unfold. As she is led toward the sacrificial stone, a profound silence envelopes the square. Even the wind seems to hold its breath. The moment stretches into eternity, every soul present gripped by the weight of a decision made long before their births, a decision echoing through generations. What could compel a society to offer its children to the insatiable hunger of a deity? The answer lies buried within the annals of time, a tapestry woven with loyalty, survival, and the stark realization that in the eyes of the divine, some lives hold more value than others. The flickering flames cast eerie shadows, dancing like specters, as the crowd contemplates the gravity of their choice. Eyes dart around, searching for signs, omens that may reveal whether this sacrifice will usher in a bountiful harvest or a year of famine. A thin thread of hope woven into the fabric of despair. The high priest steps forward, his voice booming above the restless murmur, a call to arms for faith and sacrifice. With each eloquent word, tension spirals, an electric current coursing through the thrumming hearts of the spectators. The moment is at hand. What will the god demand, and what will humanity offer in exchange? As the child's fate hangs precariously between life and death, a chilling realization grips the crowd. Tonight, the line between devotion and horror blurs irrevocably, and the echo of screams may yet become the sweetest song. As the blade glints under the torchlight, a collective breath is held, the city poised on the edge of an abyss, waiting to see if, in the end, the god of time will spare them, or claim yet another soul to sate his eternal hunger. Night had fallen, cloaking the world in an inky darkness where stars blinked like distant diamonds scattered across the sky. Among them, a jewel gleamed with unparalleled brilliance, Saturn, the planet of rings. But even as it sparkled from afar, its story was one of shadows, treachery, and the weight of ancient myths that lingered in the air like a haunting melody. In a time long before telescopes pierced the veil of the heavens, people gazed up at Saturn and felt a shiver run down their spines. Its rings, mesmerizing and mysterious, beckoned wonder and fear alike. It was a celestial body woven into the fabric of various cultures, each spinning their own tales about its origin, meaning, and significance. The whispers of these stories echoed in temples, marketplaces, and around flickering fires, bringing the planet to life in the imaginations of those who sought to explain the unexplainable. In ancient Rome, Saturn was not just a name, he was a god. A figure cloaked in shadows, Saturn brought to mind the harvest, abundance, and the bittersweet passage of time. His festival, Saturnalia, transformed the city into a wild carnival of joy and revelry. But lurking beneath the surface was a sense of dread, for Saturn was also known for devouring his own children. The myth told of a god who feared being overthrown, grasping at the very essence of his progeny to keep his power intact. This paradox fueled the fires of imagination, igniting both admiration and horror in hearts long ago. As stories traveled through the ages, Saturn's legacy became intertwined with the Greek titan Cronus, who shared a fate almost identical to his Roman counterpart. Cronus, the youngest of the Titans, had battled his own father, Uranus, a figure of unfathomable power. The victory came at a price. With a sickle in hand, Cronus severed the ties of his lineage, casting the remnants of his past into the depths of darkness. Each act of violence was painted in shades of desperation, a desperate bid to seize control over a chaotic world. The tales danced from lips to ears, weaving a narrative of ambition that felt haunting and familiar. The Greeks believed that time itself was a manifestation of Cronus. With every tick of the clock, he swallowed moments, leaving behind a trail of loss and longing. To the ancients, Saturn was a reminder of life's fleeting nature, the inevitable decay that follows every peak of joy. In this twisted tapestry of mythology, the planet became a symbol of the fragility of existence and the relentless march of time. With each passing season, the farmers would look to the sky, offerings in hand, hoping to appease the formidable deity who could bring them either bountiful harvest or devastating blight. While Saturn's image weathered the storms of differing cultures, it was not solely confined to the realms of mythology. In the ancient cities of Mesopotamia, the planet was associated with the god Ninurta, a warrior deity who was both protector and punisher. The Babylonians charted the heavens, etching the paths of celestial bodies into clay tablets, their eyes wide with wonder as they beheld the majesty of Saturn. It was a time when the cosmos felt alive, and every twinkle in the night sky was a message, a sign that could alter the course of lives on Earth. Histories were etched in symbols, stories carved into stone, reflecting humanity's yearning to understand a universe that spoke in mysteries. The Chaldeans, masters of astronomy, named Saturn the Star of the Elder, believing it possessed a wisdom that transcended generations. The shadows of the ancient past stretched across time, casting an irresistible allure over all who dared to look up. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the worship of Saturn continued. In temples adorned with intricate frescoes, priests whispered prayers that floated like mist through the air. They offered sacrifices, pouring wine upon the ground as a tribute to the Titan, hoping to stave off his wrath. Saturn's power loomed like a storm cloud, casting a long shadow over the lives of the faithful. The specter of his jealousy hung heavy as parents recited tales of his hunger, instilling a sense of caution in every child's heart. But Saturn was not merely a figure of fear. He was also a harbinger of hope. In the cycles of planting and harvesting, he taught the Earth's rhythm, revealing the beauty of rebirth. The myths spoke of a golden age when harmony reigned, and mankind walked side by side with the gods. This past was a memory infused with light, shining brightly against the dark backdrop of despair. It was said that in his guise as the bringer of the harvest, Saturn gifted humanity with the fruits of their labor, a reminder that even in darkness, light could shine through. As centuries passed, the stories of Saturn continued to evolve, transcending borders and cultures. The Roman Empire embraced him, intertwining his myth with their own narratives. Artists painted his visage on frescoes, capturing the duality of his nature, a deity of both creation and destruction. Temples rose in his honor, their marble columns reaching for the heavens, echoing the longing of those below who sought to connect with the divine. With every brushstroke, with every stone laid, the legend of Saturn transformed, yet the haunting echoes of ancient fears and aspirations remained alive, pulsing through the veins of time. The planet in the sky became a mirror reflecting the complexities of human emotion, a reminder of the shadows that dance alongside the light. In the silence of the night, beneath the watchful eye of Saturn, the stories flowed like the rivers of time, unbroken and relentless. The myths that had been whispered through generations now surged forth with renewed vigor, waiting for the curious minds who dared to question, to ponder the deeper meaning behind the tales. As the stars twinkled above, a chill ran through the air, and the weight of history settled around the shoulders of those who gazed upward, bound by the gravity of their own existence, caught in the eternal pull of the tales that had shaped them. Each moment was a thread in an intricate tapestry, woven together by the hands of fate, forever linked to the ancient gods who reigned above. In the flickering light of 1,000 oil lamps, the air shimmered with the scent of incense and the whispers of ancient prayers. A crowd gathered, their faces illuminated by the soft glow, filled with anticipation as they looked up at the towering structure before them. This was no ordinary building. It was the Pantheon, a temple dedicated to all gods, a sacred space where the divine and mortal boundaries blurred. Among the many figures immortalized in marble and gold, one stood out: Saturn, the god of time, agriculture, and renewal. Saturn's image was not just a statue. It represented something profound within the Roman spirit. He was depicted with a long, flowing beard, holding a sickle, the tool of harvest. To the Romans, he was a figure of abundance, a symbol of the fertile earth that nourished their crops and sustained their families. Yet, there was a darker side to Saturn. He was also known for his connection to time, the inexorable march toward decay and death. It was this duality that made him both revered and feared, a god who could bless with bountiful harvests one moment and strip away life itself the next. As the festival of Saturnalia approached, the anticipation in the air thickened. This was the time when the rigid structure of Roman society gave way to revelry and chaos. Traditionally, roles were reversed. Slaves became masters, and the wealthy laughed alongside the poor. Streets were filled with laughter and joy, a brief but vivid reminder that life was more than just duty and toil. The spirit of Saturn pulsed through the city, reminding everyone that in the cycle of life, there was a time for sowing and a time for reaping. Children ran through the streets, their faces painted with joy, as the sounds of music and laughter echoed from the temples. Parents watched with a soft smile, their hearts swelling with love and pride. In those moments, the worries of the world faded away. Saturn's presence loomed large, promising a harvest not just of crops, but of happiness, love, and community. The very essence of life itself seemed to pulse with energy, woven into the fabric of each celebration. But beneath the surface of this holiday cheer lay an undercurrent of tension. Saturn, while celebratory, was also a reminder of time's relentless passage. The Romans understood that every joy must eventually give way to sorrow. The sickle in Saturn's grasp was not just a tool of harvest. It was a symbol of the inevitable end that awaits all. As families gathered to feast, laughter would sometimes be tinged with tears, a collective understanding that happiness and heartache are two sides of the same coin. In the quiet corners of the city, the priests of Saturn prepared for the grand ceremonies. Clad in flowing white robes, they offered sacrifices and prayers, seeking favor from the god who had once ruled during the Golden Age, a time when life was easy and the earth yielded without struggle. The priests knew the weight of their responsibility. They were the bridge between the divine and the mortal, carrying the hopes and fears of their people straight to the heavens. On the eve of Saturnalia, the temple was alive with the fervor of the faithful. Candles flickered like stars, casting dancing shadows on the walls adorned with intricate mosaics depicting Saturn's life. There was a palpable energy, a sense that something momentous was on the horizon. As the high priest raised his arms to the sky, the crowd hushed, eyes fixed on him, hearts pounding in unison. The air was charged, thick with anticipation and the smell of freshly baked bread, an offering to Saturn. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed through the temple, as though Saturn himself had stirred from his slumber. The ground trembled, and for a moment, the crowd held its breath, caught between fear and exhilaration. Was it a sign? A warning? The priests, undeterred, continued their chants, their voices rising in harmony, drowning out the uncertainty. They called upon Saturn to bless the coming year, a plea that resonated with every soul present. Then came the moment when the sickle was revealed, a glistening blade reflecting the flickering lights of the temple. It was no ordinary sickle. This was a relic steeped in history, a connection to the very origins of Saturn's reign. The high priest brandished it high above his head, and the crowd erupted into cheers, a cathartic release of pent-up emotions. They felt as if Saturn himself was among them, sharing in their joy and laughter, reminding them of the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Yet, even as the festivities reached a fever pitch, a shadow loomed over the celebration. Whispers of doubt began to creep in, concerns about the crops of the coming year and the harsh realities of life. Saturn's dual nature reminded them that with abundance came the burden of responsibility. Every laugh echoed with the understanding that tomorrow was not guaranteed, and the sickle, though a symbol of harvest, also represented the fragility of life. As midnight approached, the atmosphere shifted. The revelry turned bittersweet as thoughts of loved ones lost and unfulfilled dreams seeped into the hearts of the merrymakers. But such was the nature of Saturn, a constant reminder that through every hardship, there was also hope. The laughter of children pierced through the thickening gloom, and couples danced in the streets, their joy infectious. In that moment, they lived fully, embracing each fleeting second as they celebrated Saturn's gifts, both the blessings and the burdens. No one could escape the grip of time, but in this sacred season, they could find solace in one another, wrapped in the warmth of community and the glow of shared experience. As the night wore on, the stars above twinkled brightly, and the essence of Saturn lingered in the air. An invitation to reflect on the past, to cherish the present, and to face the future with courage. The Pantheon stood tall and proud, a testament to the strength of Roman beliefs, and as the first light of dawn began to break, the revelers felt a renewed sense of purpose. Saturn had spoken, and his voice echoed in every heart. And in that moment, the festival was not just a celebration of the god, but a reminder of life's beautiful complexities, of joy intertwined with sorrow, of time that both enriches and takes away. The cycle continued, unbroken, as the people of Rome prepared to welcome whatever came next, trusting in Saturn's eternal embrace. A soft, golden light spilled across the fields of ancient Rome as farmers awoke to the promise of a new day. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, alive with the whispers of crops waiting to burst forth from the soil. Among these humble but hopeful landscapes, Saturn, the revered deity, loomed large in the psyche of the people. His presence was felt in every seed sown and every harvest gathered, a silent force breathing life into the very essence of agriculture. Saturn, known by many names, was not just a god of time but also a powerful symbol of fertility and abundance. In the minds of the Romans, he was the kind and gentle figure who watched over their lands, blessing them with bountiful harvests and safeguarding their livelihoods. The festival of Saturnalia, a time of revelry and feasting, drew entire communities together, fostering a spirit of joy and gratitude. It was during this festival that people would pay homage to Saturn, believing that their celebrations would enhance the fertility of their fields for the year to come. But behind the laughter and merriment lay a deeper understanding, a realization that life itself depended on the cyclical nature of seasons, a rhythm that Saturn governed with his watchful gaze. The farmer, with hands calloused and weary from toil, bowed his head in silent prayer, knowing that only through Saturn's mercy could his family eat from the fruits of the earth. The first plow of the season, breaking the soil, was a sacred act, one that echoed with an age-old promise, that from death would spring forth life. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the rows of wheat swaying gently in the breeze, stories of Saturn's mythical deeds danced in the minds of the people. They spoke of how he had taught humanity the ways of agriculture, imparting knowledge of sowing, reaping, and the delicate balance of nature. In a world where survival hinged on the whims of the weather, Saturn became a beacon of hope, a constant reminder that even the harshest winters would yield to the warmth of spring. Yet, there was an edge to this adoration. Saturn, with his rich associations, was also bound by darker tales. The myths spoke of his insatiable appetite, a hunger that extended beyond the harvest fields to the very fabric of time itself. The chilling truth was that to honor him came with consequences, for every blessing could be coupled with sacrifice. The people understood that to ask for abundance, they must also offer something in return. A shared fear lingered in the corners of their minds, a whisper that echoed through the ages. What if the crops fail? What if Saturn turns his back on us? In the stillness of night, farmers gathered around flickering flames, sharing legends of Saturn's dominance over the fertile earth. They recounted how he wielded his sickle with unmatched precision, reaping not just the grains but also the very essence of life. When the fields were lush and overflowing, it was easy to sing praises. But in times of drought, the air would grow thick with tension. The people's hearts raced as they prayed fervently for rain, their voices rising in a chorus of desperation. It was during these nights that they would sacrifice lambs, the blood spilling onto the parched ground, a plea for mercy written in crimson. As the seasons turned, the weight of that responsibility grew heavier. The cycle of planting and harvesting took on a life of its own. Farmers would gather at the temple of Saturn, adorned with simple offerings, fruits, grains, and the first blossoms of the season, hoping their gifts would entice the god to bless their fields. The temple became a sanctuary, a sacred space where hope mingled with fear, and every prayer hummed with the energy of the earth itself. Amidst the rituals, the people's connection to Saturn deepened. They felt his spirit swirling through the fields, wrapping around the stalks of corn and the tendrils of vine, urging them to grow tall and strong. Each rustle of leaves sounded like Saturn's laughter, while the heavy scent of ripe fruit brought visions of abundance. The land, once a barren stretch of soil, transformed into a thriving haven, a testament to the ancient symbiosis between deity and people. Yet the bond was not without its trials. Each year, as the harvest approached, a shadow of doubt crept in. Would Saturn be pleased? Would the offerings suffice? The uncertainty loomed like a dark cloud, casting a pall over the bright promise of a rich harvest. The people gathered under the stars, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of torches, their hearts beating as one. They shared stories of past seasons, tales of triumph and despair, and the lessons learned from both. They spoke of the times when the fields lay fallow, and the hunger gnawed at their bellies, a stark reminder that Saturn, while generous, was also capricious. In those quiet moments filled with tension, the elders would share the legends of Saturn's own struggle against the chaos of the cosmos. They recounted how he had once devoured his own children, fearing they would usurp his power, a chilling reminder that even gods grappled with loss and sacrifice. The tension in the air thickened as they spoke of balance, of the delicate dance between giving and receiving. The fire crackled, casting dancing shadows as the group sat in rapt attention, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. The sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a canvas where the divine could be felt in every brushstroke. The festival was on the horizon, a time when the bond with Saturn would be celebrated with uninhibited joy, yet the weight of the offering would loom larger than ever. Would there be enough grain to fill the granaries? Would Saturn bless them with another year of abundance? Or would he demand more? With every heartbeat, they felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, the rhythm of life intertwined with their prayers and fears. As they prepared for the festival, the realization settled over them like a shroud. They were not just worshippers. They were participants in a cosmic cycle, entwined with the very fabric of existence. And so, they went forth, ready to celebrate and plead, hearts intertwined with the fate of their fields, as the story of Saturn beckoned them into the next chapter of their lives, a chapter where the promise of life danced just out of reach, waiting to be grasped with both hands. In a world where time stood still, there was a place where laughter echoed like music, and the ground bore fruits so luscious they seemed to burst with sunlight. This was the Golden Age, a time when Saturn, the ancient god, ruled the earth with a benevolent hand. The air was thick with possibility, and the very soil shimmered with abundance. People thrived in harmony, their lives woven together by threads of joy and prosperity. In this enchanted epoch, the harvests were bountiful, overflowing with grains, fruits, and vegetables that seemed to sing with life. Fields stretched endlessly under a sky painted with the richest azure, and each dawn brought the promise of a new day filled with hope. Saturn, with his gentle smile and wise eyes, walked among the people, teaching them the importance of sharing the earth's gifts. Under his watchful gaze, no one went hungry, no child cried for want. The essence of community was palpable, a warmth that wrapped around everyone like a soft blanket on a cold night. But it wasn't just the physical abundance that flourished during this time. Creativity bloomed like wildflowers in spring. Artists, inspired by the beauty surrounding them, poured their hearts into music, painting, and storytelling. Every melody played resonated with the joy of life itself. The songs of the bards floated through the air, their words a reflection of a world where dreams were not just dreams. They were tangible realities waiting to be shaped. Each stroke of a painter's brush captured the vibrant tapestry of life. Every line of poetry, a tribute to the generosity of Saturn, who gifted his people everything they needed to live fully and freely. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced upon the earth, gatherings sprung up in homes and streets alike. Friends and families would come together, sharing not just food but stories that transcended time. Legends of Saturn were told with reverence, each tale a reminder of the god who once walked among them. Children would sit wide-eyed, hanging onto every word, feeling the spirit of abundance wrap around them like a protective cloak. It was a time when kindness reigned supreme, and every heart beat in sync with the rhythm of the rich life that surrounded them. But beneath the surface of this golden world lay a subtle tension, an unspoken understanding that such bliss could not last forever. Whispers of greed began to slither through the cracks of paradise, as some sought to hoard the gifts of the earth for themselves. The very essence of Saturn's teachings, sharing, caring, and community, began to fade in the light of individual desire. The people, blinded by their own ambitions, started to forget the lessons learned from the kind God who had bestowed upon them such wealth. As the seasons changed, the once vibrant fields began to show signs of wear. The crops that had flourished now suffered under the weight of neglect and greed. The laughter that once filled the air grew fainter, overshadowed by murmurs of discontent. Families who once gathered to celebrate the harvest now stood apart, eyes averted, hearts heavy with a longing for the connection they had lost. Saturn, sensing the shift in the winds, wandered the fields, his heart aching for the people who had turned away from the very essence of their blessings. He reached out, his hands brushing against the wilted crops, and a soft glow emanated from his fingertips, rekindling the vibrancy of the earth. He pleaded with the people, reminding them of the joy found in giving rather than taking, of the strength found in unity rather than division. Yet, the allure of personal gain had cast a shadow over the once bright spirit of the community. As the shadows lengthened, so did the rift among the people. Trust eroded like a riverbank worn away by relentless currents. Whispers turned to accusations, and friendships crumbled under the weight of suspicion. Saturn watched in despair as his beloved realm began to fray at the edges. He longed to intervene, to rekindle the flames of generosity and kindness, but he understood that true abundance could not be forced upon a people who had lost their way. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving behind strokes of crimson and gold, a gathering took place in the town square. It was a desperate attempt to reconnect, a flicker of hope amid the growing darkness. People came together, their faces reflecting uncertainty, their hearts burdened with the weight of their choices. Saturn, cloaked in the guise of a humble traveler, listened as they spoke of their fears and regrets. In that gathering, a single voice rose above the rest. A young girl, no more than 10 years old, with eyes wide and bright. She spoke of the stories her grandmother told her about the Golden Age, about how Saturn walked among them, teaching the value of sharing. Her words, raw and heartfelt, struck a chord deep within the crowd. She remembered the laughter, the warmth, and the spirit of community that once flourished like the blossoms in spring. As she finished, a silence fell over the gathering, heavy yet hopeful. In that moment, something shifted. The people felt a stir within them, a flicker of the long-lost spirit of abundance. Saturn's heart soared at the sight. Perhaps, just perhaps, the seeds of change had been sown. But as the night deepened, shadows loomed larger, and the uncertainty of whether they could reclaim their golden age loomed like a storm on the horizon. With a heavy heart, Saturn prepared to leave, knowing that the path back to abundance lay firmly in the hands of the people. As he took one last look at the gathering, he felt the weight of his decision. The golden era teetered on the edge of memory, and the choices of the people would determine whether its light would flicker back to life or fade into darkness. The air thickened with tension, and the fate that awaited them hung in the balance, as the echoes of laughter faded into a haunting silence. The sky was a tapestry of orange and gold, the sun dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows over fields ripe with grain. In this moment, Saturn was not merely a distant planet, but a presence felt in the hearts of those who toiled under his watchful gaze. He was once an agricultural god, revered and celebrated, his festivals filled with laughter, bounty, and the sweet scent of harvest. People would gather, hands raised in gratitude, their faces glowing with the joy of a fruitful season, as Saturn's loyal followers sang songs of praise, honoring the figure who brought life to their crops. But as history often tells, change is an unstoppable force, and the tale of Saturn is no exception. The laughter of harvest festivals began to fade, replaced by whispers of time. Time that slips through fingers like grains of sand. The very essence of Saturn started to shift before the eyes of the people, transforming him from the joyful deity of agriculture to a figure cloaked in the heavy shadows of inevitability. The festival of Saturnalia, once a jubilant celebration of the harvest, morphed into a time of reflection, a moment to ponder the fleeting nature of life itself. In ancient Rome, Saturn was synonymous with plenty. His image adorned temples, and altars were piled high with offerings of wheat and wine. The earth, once a nurturing cradle, began to reveal its harsher truths. As crops failed and droughts set in, the once grateful voices of the people became strained with worry. What had changed? The answer lay in the passage of time, and Saturn, now adorned not merely with the sickle of a harvest god, bore the weight of a heavy scythe, the instrument of change and decay. As the years rolled on, Saturn's form began to reflect this duality. He was depicted not just as a giver of abundance but as the keeper of time, a figure that loomed larger than life, etched deeply into the minds of those who revered him. His stories grew darker, infused with the inevitability of mortality. The festival that once celebrated life began to acknowledge death, a stark reminder that even the richest harvest must one day wither. The Roman poet Ovid captured this transformation beautifully, weaving tales of Saturn that hinted at his complex nature. He spoke of a time when gold was plentiful, when humanity lived in harmony with nature, untouched by greed or strife. But as the ages passed, the golden age faded, and so did the joyous laughter of the people. Saturn became a harbinger, a symbol of the relentless march of time that none could escape. The scythe became a potent symbol. With every swing, it claimed the vitality of youth, the vibrancy of life, and the laughter that once filled the air. As Saturn's identity shifted, so too did the celebrations surrounding him. The glimmer of hope that once filled the hearts of the people as they prepared for the harvest turned into a solemn reflection of what would inevitably come. Saturnalia became a bittersweet reminder of the joys and sorrows intertwined, where feasting and merriment coexisted with the heavy recognition of loss. The people, while still celebrating, began to turn their eyes toward the passing hours. It was no longer just about what they reaped from the earth. It was about what they might lose to time. With each passing year, the rituals grew more profound, resonating with the echoes of ancient fears. The time of Saturn was no longer merely a season of planting and gathering. It became a season of introspection, a moment to confront the relentless tide of time. The offerings shifted too, no longer just grains and wine, but also reflections of the past, whispers of memories captured in small trinkets left at altars. The people sought to appease not just the god of agriculture, but the god of time itself, hoping to coax from him a little more life before the inevitable twilight. In the public squares, the once lively gatherings turned into contemplative moments, where the laughter faded, leaving behind a lingering silence filled with the weight of existential questions. What is life without its end? Saturn's presence loomed larger, a reminder that time waits for no one, its scythe cutting through the fabric of existence with each tick of the clock. The laughter that had once danced through the air became a memory, a soft murmur beneath the shadow of the great god who watched over them. As the wheels of history turned, the ancient Romans began to discover that the mysteries of life and death were intertwined. The transformation of Saturn served as a mirror reflecting their own fears, desires, and the universal truth that time is both a blessing and a curse. The people started to craft stories of their own, weaving their lives into the very fabric of Saturn's narrative, intertwining their fates with the god who had once brought them abundance. In this evolving tale, Saturn became more than a mere figure of reverence. He became a companion in their journey through life. The lessons learned from the crops they tended now carried deeper meanings, rooted in the understanding of cycles, of planting, growing, and eventually letting go. The transformation was no longer a matter of resignation. It became a call to cherish every fleeting moment, to celebrate both the harvest and the inevitable winter that follows. The festivals, now infused with the wisdom of the ages, began to celebrate the resilience of the human spirit. As the firelight flickered and the people gathered once more, the echoes of laughter mingled with the sighs of remembrance, a beautiful contrast that encapsulated the essence of what it meant to honor Saturn in this new light. He was no longer just the god of agriculture, but also the keeper of time, both a guardian of their past and a poignant reminder of the future that awaited them. As the night deepened, a hush fell over the crowd. Saturn's presence was felt in the crisp air, a blend of warmth and chill that sent shivers down their spines. They stood in a circle, eyes fixed on the altar, where offerings of grains and memories lay side by side, a testament to the duality of life. The flickering flames danced in rhythm with their hearts, and in that moment, they understood that the transformation of Saturn was not just his story. It was theirs too, a never-ending loop of joy and sorrow, of beginnings and endings. The streets of ancient Rome were alive with laughter and music, a vibrant tapestry of joy woven through the crisp December air. As the sun dipped low, the city transformed into a playground of revelry, colored by the spirit of Saturnalia. The rich aroma of roasted meats and spiced wine wafted through the crowded lanes, mingling with the earthy scent of fresh greens and the sweet notes of honey cakes. Festivity dripped from every corner, wrapping its warm embrace around the people. It was a time when the ordinary was turned upside down, when masters served their slaves and the rigid order of society trembled before the chaotic joy of the season. In the heart of the celebration stood the Temple of Saturn, its aged stone wearing the marks of time, yet glowing with a renewed spirit. People flocked to pay homage to the god of agriculture, their faces radiant with excitement. Offerings of cakes, fruits, and fragrant herbs filled the altar, each gift a humble token of gratitude for the harvest. The atmosphere was electric. The energy pulsing through the crowd was palpable, like the rhythm of a drumbeat, urging each person to join in the joyous dance. As night fell, the city became a canvas painted with flickering torchlight. Masked figures swirled in elaborate costumes, their laughter echoing against the ancient walls. Men and women, young and old, cast aside the burdens of daily life. Roles were reversed. The rigid hierarchies of the day melted away under the warm embrace of night. The wealthy poured wine for the poor, while the poor dressed their masters in outrageous outfits, each moment a playful rebellion against the constraints of their lives. The atmosphere thrummed with an intoxicating blend of freedom and exhilaration. In one small home, a group of friends gathered around a table, their faces alight with warmth and camaraderie. They raised their cups, toasting to the spirit of Saturnalia, their laughter mingling with the sounds of the city outside. The food before them was a feast of abundance. Roasted meats glistening in savory herbs, sweet cakes adorned with figs, and bowls of honey that beckoned the eager hands of children. With each bite, they savored not just the flavors, but the very essence of togetherness, the joy of being alive in this moment. As the evening deepened, the music swelled, drawing people into the streets. A troupe of musicians played lively tunes, their melodies weaving through the air like magic. Feet began to move, and soon the streets transformed into a dance floor, where strangers became friends. Laughter erupted as people twirled and spun, losing themselves in the rhythm of the night. The bonds of kinship and friendship grew stronger, each shared smile a thread that stitched the fabric of community tighter. Yet beneath the surface of the festivities, a current of tension simmered. Some whispered of a time when Saturnalia would fade, when the burdens of reality would creep back in with the dawn. But for now, that darkness seemed far away, cast aside like a forgotten cloak. In this moment, it was the laughter and the joy that reigned supreme, a fierce reminder of the light that could shine through even the darkest of times. As the night continued, the more daring among the crowd began to engage in playful antics. A group of men, emboldened by wine, began to sing loudly, their voices crashing against one another in a joyous cacophony. They dared one another to climb onto makeshift stages, shouting jests and singing songs that poked fun at their neighbors and even their leaders. With each joke, the laughter grew, a contagious wave that swept through the crowd, lifting spirits higher still. From the shadows, a figure watched. Cloaked and hooded, the man felt the weight of his own daily struggles, the harshness of life pressing down on him. But tonight, he allowed the music to wash over him, the energy of the Saturnalia enveloping him like a long-lost friend. He stepped forward, drawn into the throng, where faces blurred but hearts beat in unison. Laughter welcomed him, and soon he found himself swept into the dance, his worries dissolving with each turn. Every corner of Rome felt the pulse of the festival. Merchants offered discounts and bartered, as if the world was a treasure chest waiting to be unlocked. Children ran through the streets, their faces painted with joy, their laughter echoing through the alleys like bells ringing in celebration. It wasn't just about the gifts exchanged, but the spirit of giving that flowed like wine, filling hearts and souls with warmth. Even the cold winter air felt different, tinged with a magic that promised hope and renewal. As the sky darkened to an inky blue, the stars twinkled above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, watching over the festivities below. The feasting continued, the music never faltering, the laughter echoing into the night. People shared stories and memories, weaving a tapestry of shared experience that would linger long after the candles had burned down. It was a reminder that the bonds of friendship and love could thrive even amidst chaos. But as the night wore on, the fleeting nature of happiness began to tug at the edges of joy. Each toast raised in celebration held a whisper of impending change, the knowledge that the sun would rise again, bringing with it the responsibilities of another day. Yet, in this moment, everyone chose to hold on to the joy, to embrace the warmth that filled their hearts. The festivities danced onward, a surreal blend of colors and sounds that stitched a masterpiece of revelry. Firelight flickered against the stone walls, illuminating the faces of revelers, each one a story waiting to be told. The excitement bubbled over into wild games and playful competitions, where the daring challenged one another to feats that would leave even the bravest breathless. The laughter rang out, a sweet melody that rose above the clang of pots and the clatter of feet, echoing through the night. In those moments, the line between the divine and the ordinary blurred, and the spirit of Saturnalia breathed life into the hearts of all who dared to join in the dance of celebration. There was something timeless about it. The joy coursed through generations, a reminder that life, in all its ups and downs, deserved to be celebrated. And as laughter rang out like a clarion call, the city of Rome pulsed with life, a testament to the enduring human spirit. In the midst of this riotous energy, the festival was not merely an escape but a profound statement of resilience. Each child's breath, each shared glance, and each grateful whisper to the god Saturn carried with it the weight of hope. The night was alive with the promise of renewal, a promise that, for now, the world could be cast aside, and the heart could beat freely, unshackled from the chains of duty. As the revelers swayed with the rhythm of the night, a deeper truth began to emerge. Saturnalia was not just a festival of joy. It was a reminder of life's fleeting beauty, the connections that bound them, and the shared humanity that thrived even amidst chaos. And so, the laughter echoed into the night, a wild, uncontainable force that filled the air with anticipation and an eager longing for what lay ahead, beckoning the dawn with the promise of more memories yet to come. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the ancient stone temple, where the air thickened with anticipation. The villagers gathered, their breaths mingling in the cool evening air, hope and fear clashing in their hearts. A single drumbeat echoed in the stillness, steady and relentless, mirroring the pulse of life itself. It was a sound that heralded the sacred, a sound that spoke of devotion, desperation, and the chilling grip of tradition. In cultures spanning the globe, human sacrifice was not merely an act. It was a profound statement of faith. The Aztecs, with their vibrant ceremonies, believed that the sun itself demanded nourishment, blood, life, the essence of humanity. They stood on the cusp of existence and extinction, their fates intertwined with the cosmic order. Each sacrifice offered more than just life. It was a promise, a plea for rain, harvest, and the survival of their people. The ritual was a dance of life and death, where the heartbeat of the village thrummed in time with the heartbeat of the universe. Across the oceans, the ancient Egyptians sat on the edge of the Nile, where the river whispered secrets of sacrifice. In temples adorned with hieroglyphs, priests invoked the gods, their voices rising in fervent chants. Here, the dead were revered, their journey to the afterlife ensured by the offerings of the living. Sometimes, even the living were deemed worthy, their souls the ultimate tribute to the divine. Spirits of the departed hovered nearby, watching over their kin, their fate hanging in a fragile balance. The air was charged with grief and reverence, as each life lost was a thread woven into the tapestry of eternity. In the vast expanse of the Incan Empire, the high Andes Mountains bore witness to the same haunting truth. The Incas, masters of stone and sky, elevated human sacrifice to an art form. Young children, chosen for their purity, were taken to the heights of Mount Huayna Picchu, their small forms a testament to the hopes of an entire civilization. Mothers wailed, their cries echoing through the valleys, mingling with the winds as they sent their children to live among the gods. The warmth of the sun on their faces was a final blessing, a comforting embrace before they slipped into the unknown. Each sacrifice was steeped in ritual, a choreography of sorrow and reverence. The chosen were celebrated, adorned in finery, while the community joined in the solemn festivities. They danced, they sang, they feasted, each joyous note a bittersweet reminder of the life that was about to be lost. This paradox of celebration and mourning created a potent atmosphere, thick with emotion and the weight of history. In ancient Greece, the echoes of sacrifice resonated through marble pillars and grand amphitheaters. Here, the myths came alive, gods engaged in their own brutal dramas. The tales of Iphigenia, who was offered to Artemis to secure safe passage for the Greek fleet, struck a chord deep within the hearts of those who heard it. The very idea of sacrificing one for the many stirred a fierce loyalty among the citizens. They understood that the gods demanded tribute and that even the most sacred bonds could be severed for the greater good. It was a haunting reminder of the price of ambition and the cost of glory. Closer to home, the ancient Celts knew that sacrifice was a currency with which to barter with the unseen forces around them. They believed in the spirit of the land, the energy that flowed through trees, rivers, and mountains. To honor these spirits, they engaged in rituals that often culminated in the ultimate offering, a life taken to restore balance. On the edge of the bonfire, flickering shadows danced across the faces of the gathered tribes, their eyes reflecting the flicker of flames and the weight of their choices. As the fire consumed the offerings, the air shimmered with the promise of fertility and protection for the seasons to come. In Africa, human sacrifice bore a different hue, woven into the fabric of ancestral veneration. Among the Yoruba, the sacred rituals of the Ifa priests called for offerings to appease the ancestors, seeking wisdom and guidance. The sound of drums, the scent of incense, and the vibrant colors of ceremonial garb enveloped the community. Here, sacrifice was not only about appeasing the divine but about maintaining the interconnectedness of life and death. The act honored the lineage, ensuring that the wisdom of the past flowed into the present, a cycle of reverence that linked generations. The threads of sacrifice crossed oceans and epochs, creating a tapestry rich with meaning. In every corner of the world, the significance of human sacrifice was a testament to the lengths people would go to for faith, for survival, for love. It was a raw and emotional landscape, where beliefs carved deep into the human psyche, igniting a fire that refused to be extinguished. Each story whispered of longing, of desperation, and of the unwavering hope that somewhere, somehow, the act of sacrifice would touch the gods and bring forth blessings. As the last echoes of the drumbeat faded into the night, the villagers raised their heads, eyes glistening with unshed tears, hearts intertwined with the rhythm of the world. They felt the weight of their ancestors' sacrifices behind them, a chorus of whispers urging them on. The temple loomed in the dark, a silent guardian of their hopes and fears, a reminder that the cycle of life and death was as natural as the changing seasons. The air thickened with anticipation, holding its breath as the ancient stories of sacrifice intertwined with their own, a legacy that would echo through time. In the flicker of torchlight, shadows danced like whispers across the cold stone walls of ancient temples. The air hung heavy with the scent of burning herbs and the muted heartbeat of the crowd gathered outside, their reverent murmurs rising in anticipation. Tonight would mark a moment that would echo through time, an offering to the gods, a ritual steeped in desperation and fear, where the thin veil between life and death would be pierced with a definitive thrust. The Romans, masters of architecture and law, were also deeply entwined with the mysteries of the divine, seeking favor and protection in a world fraught with unpredictability. Among the rituals performed to appease the pantheon of gods was the dark and chilling practice of human sacrifice. The first evidence of this grim tradition can be traced back to the earliest days of the city itself. Archaeological finds, such as the remnants at the famed site of the Forum, suggest that even in the shadow of the grandest temples, the blood of the chosen was spilled to seal pacts with unseen forces. As the priests donned their white robes, their faces painted with the marks of devotion, a palpable tension filled the atmosphere. The flickering flames reflected in their eyes, revealing fierce determination mixed with a flicker of doubt. They spoke in hushed tones, invoking the names of gods who could either bless or curse the city. There was an urgency in their prayers. The looming threat of famine, war, or plague hung over them like a storm cloud, demanding an answer, a sacrifice. In the dim light, a figure was bound to the altar, a living embodiment of the Romans' darkest fears and their greatest hopes. The chosen one, perhaps a captive from a neighboring tribe or an unfortunate soul whose fate was sealed by the whims of fate, trembled with the weight of his impending doom. It was not just his life that hung in the balance. It was the future of a people who believed that their very existence depended on this act of surrender. The crowd, a sea of faces etched with anticipation and horror, edged closer, their breaths mingling in the chill of the evening air. Gasps escaped their lips as the rituals unfolded, steeped in ancient chants and solemn oaths. The priests, with their ceremonial knives gleaming, stood ready to fulfill the demands of their gods. They were not merely performing an act of violence. They were engaging in an age-old dialogue, a desperate plea for mercy in a world where the gods' favor was as fickle as the winds. Among the spectators, a woman clutched her child, the innocence of youth contrasting sharply with the grim reality before her. She understood the stakes. She too had heard the whispers of the priests, the tales of gods who could either grant bountiful harvests or unleash devastation. With every heartbeat, she felt the weight of the moment as the altar became a focal point of collective dread and hope. Would this sacrifice appease the deities? Would it lead to salvation, or was it all in vain? As the priests raised their arms, the air vibrated with ancient songs, and the tension reached a fever pitch. The atmosphere was electric, a union of despair and reverence, as if the very foundations of the city trembled at the thought of what was to come. The sacrificial knife glistened ominously, and time itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable. In that frozen moment, history whispered its secrets. The Romans believed that the spilling of blood could cleanse the land, that the act of giving life could bring forth abundance. Yet, beneath the surface of ritualistic grandeur lay a haunting truth. To those with power, the lives of the sacrificed were mere pawns in a game of survival. Each life taken was a trade, a wager against the gods, and the stakes were impossibly high. As the blade finally descended, the collective gasp of the crowd rang out like a thunderclap, echoing against the walls of the temple. The line between sacred and profane, between reverence and horror, was blurred in that chilling moment. Gasps turned into cries, some in agony, others in fervent prayer. their voices weaving a tapestry of emotion that hung heavily in the air. In the aftermath, as silence fell over the scene, the priests stood bloodied but resolute. They offered prayers of thanks, their voices rising to the heavens, conviction ringing in every word. They believed they had done what was necessary, that the gods would take notice, that the cycle of life and death had been honored in the most profound way. Yet, as they turned their backs on the altar, the shadows whispered of the souls lost, trapped in a limbo between sacrifice and salvation. Outside, the night grew darker, the torches flickering low, casting an eerie glow on the faces of the onlookers. Some turned away, unable to bear the sight of what had transpired. Others remained transfixed, an unsettling mix of horror and fascination filling their hearts. They knew that this was not just a ritual. It was a testament to their beliefs, a reflection of a society that thrived on the edge of fear and faith. And as the stars blinked down from the abyss above, a silent agreement hung in the air. The cycle of sacrifice would continue, a haunting echo of humanity's quest for power, favor, and understanding. Each cut, each offering, was a step deeper into the labyrinth of belief, where the line between salvation and despair was as thin as the blade that carved it. The night was far from over. The gods watched, and the looming threat of retribution had not yet been appeased. The echoes of the past would give birth to the future, and the shadows would continue to dance, invoking both dread and awe in the hearts of those who dared to look upon the altar again. In the cool embrace of a late autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the village square began to pulse with life. Lanterns flickered to life, casting warm shadows across the cobblestones, and laughter echoed like a sweet melody through the crisp air. It was a time when the harvest was gathered, the fields laid bare, and the bounty of the season was celebrated with fervor. Yet, beneath the surface of this festive atmosphere lay a deeper connection, a binding thread woven through ages, the sacred bond between Saturn and the age-old rituals of harvest festivals. Saturn, the ancient Roman god of sowing and seed, had a hand in shaping the rhythm of life itself. He was revered during this time, embodying the spirit of the earth that nourished and nurtured. As the villagers prepared for the festival, their hearts beat in sync with the cycles of nature, a primal dance of gratitude and reverence. Children ran through the square, their faces painted with joy and innocence, while elders shared stories of Saturn's past, tales filled with wisdom and whispers of the divine. In the glow of the lanterns, tables overflowed with autumn's treasures. Pumpkins dressed in shades of gold, baskets brimming with apples, and fragrant breads baked with care. Each item held a story, a reminder of the toil and dedication that had gone into the harvest. The people of the village, their cheeks flushed with excitement, gathered together, united by the shared belief that during this time, Saturn smiled upon them, bringing prosperity and abundance. As the festivities escalated, the air thickened with the aroma of roasted meats and spiced cider. It was a time when the veil between the earthly and the divine felt thin, allowing the villagers to commune with their ancestors and the spirit of Saturn himself. The drums began to thrum, a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the earth, reverberating through the bones of every participant. Feet tapped to the lively beat, and voices lifted in song, creating a tapestry of sound that wrapped around the square like a warm embrace. But there was more than just joy in the air. There was also an undercurrent of tension, a reminder of the fragility of life. In the shadows, a few whispered about the changing seasons and the uncertainty they brought. What if the next harvest was not as bountiful? What if Saturn's favor turned? Yet, these worries were quickly brushed aside, drowned out by laughter and the clinking of glasses as people toasted to their good fortune and the bonds of community. With each passing hour, the festival grew in intensity. Performers, dressed in elaborate costumes, danced in homage to Saturn, their movements a fluid expression of gratitude. The crowd gasped in awe as the dancers twirled, embodying the very essence of the harvest, the cycle of planting, nurturing, and reaping. Their artistry was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life, a profound echo of the ancient beliefs that had shaped their culture. As night deepened, stories turned to legends. The villagers spoke of Saturnalia, the ancient festival that celebrated Saturn's role as a god of plenty and time. This was a time when the strictures of society loosened, allowing for revelry and liberation. Amidst the laughter, there was an understanding that they were not merely celebrating their own abundance, but also honoring the earth that sustained them. They knew that this bond with Saturn was sacred, a promise to honor the cycles of nature, to be stewards of the land, and to respect the delicate balance that life demanded. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the festivities, the air crackled with energy. The villagers, lost in the moment, began to share their hopes and fears. Each person spoke of their deepest wishes, for health, for love, for peace. And as they did, their voices rose to meet the stars, intertwining with the fabric of the universe. It was a ritual, a sacred act of giving and receiving, where each prayer was offered to Saturn, who they believed would hear their pleas and guide them through the coming winter. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. The laughter, the music, the aroma of the feast. It all melded into a singular experience that transcended the mundane. The villagers were not just participants in a festival. They were part of something greater, a lineage of traditions that stretched back through the centuries. Each heartbeat, each shared smile, was a testament to their resilience and connection to the earth and each other. Yet, just as the night seemed to reach its zenith, a sudden chill swept through the square. The laughter faltered for just a heartbeat as the air shifted, a reminder of the approaching winter. The villagers exchanged worried glances, the shadows of uncertainty creeping back into their hearts. Would Saturn continue to bless them? Would the earth yield its bounty once again? The flickering lanterns seemed to dim in response, casting a more somber light over the revelry. But then, as if driven by an unseen force, the music swelled again, drawing everyone back into the moment. It was a call to action, a reminder that the spirit of Saturn thrived on hope and perseverance. The dancers resumed their lively steps, the laughter returned, even more vibrant than before. The villagers embraced their fears, meeting them head-on with the unshakable resolve that had been passed down through generations. As the stars twinkled above like the eyes of the ancestors watching over them, the villagers reaffirmed their bond with each other and with Saturn. They knew that no matter what challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, united in their love for the land and the sacred promise of the harvest. The festival continued, a beautiful chaos of emotions, where joy and fear danced hand in hand, just like the cycles of nature that Saturn embodied. In the midst of this swirling energy, a deep, silent understanding emerged. The celebration was not merely an end, but a beginning, a vital part of the eternal cycle of life. As the night unfolded, the villagers prepared to enter the winter season, hearts full of gratitude for the harvest that had passed, and an unwavering faith that when spring returned, so too would abundance. The lanterns flickered brighter, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness, as Saturn watched over them, ready to guide them into the unknown future. In the flickering light of 1,000 torches, the air buzzed with an electric tension as the people of ancient Rome gathered in hushed reverence. The towering temple of Jupiter loomed behind the crowd, its marble columns rising like the very gods they honored. Every eye was fixed on the figure emerging from the shadows, adorned in a flowing white toga, a laurel crown resting lightly on his brow. This was a Flamen, one of the high priests of the Roman state, a man chosen to serve the divine. With each step, he commanded an air of authority, yet there was something in his eyes that hinted at the burden he carried. The responsibility of the Flamens was immense, tied not only to rituals but to the very fate of the city itself. The Flamen Dialis, the most revered among them, was bound by sacred laws. He could not ride a horse, touch a corpse, or even gaze upon a battlefield. His life was a series of restrictions, all for the sake of maintaining the delicate balance between the earth and the heavens. As he approached the altar, the crowd's anticipation reached a fever pitch. The priest's robe fluttered like the wings of a dove, and he raised his arms, drawing the attention of the crowd, who collectively held their breath. A sudden hush fell, interrupted only by the distant sound of a drum beating a steady rhythm, a heart pounding in sync with the emotions swirling in the crowd. Each thud echoed like a promise, a connection to the divine. The flamen began his incantations, words flowing like water from his lips, ancient and powerful. He called upon Jupiter, hoping to curry favor for the city, for its crops, and for the safety of its people. The air thickened with devotion and fear, for the gods were not to be trifled with. The stakes were high. The whims of the divine could bring famine or plenty, war or peace. In the center of the altar lay a sacrificial animal, a pure white ram, its coat shimmering in the torchlight. The people's hearts raced with a mix of dread and reverence. The sacrifice was not merely an act of appeasement. It was a binding ritual that linked the community to the gods. With each prayer uttered, it was as if the entire assembly leaned closer, hungry for the promise of divine intervention. The flamen, with his practiced grace, took the sacred knife, its blade glistening ominously, and with a steady hand, he prepared to make the offering. The whispers of the crowd echoed in the priest's ears, a symphony of hope and fear, but his mind was focused. He thought of the weight of tradition that pressed down on him, the generations of priests who had stood where he stood, their hands stained with the blood of sacrifices made for the greater good. This was his destiny, but it also felt like a chain, binding him to a path of divine service that left no room for personal desires. As the knife pierced the flesh of the ram, gasps rippled through the crowd, a collective intake of breath that resonated with the seriousness of the act. The blood spilled forth, pooling on the altar, glimmering like rubies under the flickering flames. It was a vivid reminder of life, of mortality, and of the gods' insatiable need for offerings. As the life of the ram ebbed away, the flamen raised his eyes to the heavens, his heart pounding, praying that the act would not be in vain. Would Jupiter smile upon them, or would the city face his wrath? The scent of sacrifice filled the air, thick and suffocating, a blend of iron and incense. It enveloped the crowd, seeping into their very souls. They stood transfixed, the rhythmic beating of their hearts syncing with the drum. As the flamen chanted louder, his voice grew more fervent, each syllable charged with emotion, a desperate plea for mercy and blessing. The people around him began to sway, caught in the intoxicating mix of faith and fear. This was more than a ritual. It was a dance with the divine, a mediation between the earthly and the celestial. The flamens were not mere men. They were conduits of power, responsible for guiding the spirits of the past, present, and future. The weight of their role was immense, each sacrifice a thread woven into the tapestry of destiny for all of Rome. The fate of families, of crops, of soldiers, rested on their shoulders. Failure was not an option. The very life of the city depended on them. As the ritual reached its climax, the flames grew higher, flickering wildly as if in response to the fervent chants. The air crackled with energy, and the crowd felt the temperature rise, a sign that perhaps the gods were listening. Every heart seemed to beat as one, a collective hope enveloping them. But in that moment of ecstasy, an ominous shadow crossed over the altar. The flamen paused, a chill creeping up his spine. Had he spoken the right words? Had he performed every gesture correctly? The tension in the air thickened as he reached for the ram's heart, the final offering. With a deep breath, he lifted it high, drenched in the essence of sacrifice. The crowd gasped, eyes wide, breaths held tightly in their chests. This was it, the moment that could seal their fates. Would the gods accept the offering, or would their displeasure rain down upon them, bringing chaos and despair? All around, the flames danced wildly, casting eerie shadows that flickered across the faces of the crowd. They were caught in a moment teetering between hope and fear, a fragile balance held only by the will of the gods. As the flamen lowered the heart to the altar, a bolt of lightning split the sky. The crowd gasped collectively, a sound that reverberated through the air, the very embodiment of human emotion. Joy, fear, reverence, and the unbreakable link to the divine. But just as the moment seemed to crystallize, a distant cry echoed in the night, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those present. It was the voice of a child, innocent and terrified. The crowd turned as one, the air heavy with the weight of the unknown. What did this omen mean? The flamen, still clutching the heart of the ram, felt the ground shift beneath him. The rhythm of the drum faltered, and the tension in the air morphed into an uneasy stillness. In that heartbeat, the sacred ritual transformed into something else entirely. The hopes of the city hung precariously in the balance, teetering on the edge of chaos, as whispers of fate began to swirl around them. The crowd held its breath, the future uncertain, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. In the dim glow of twilight, the air was thick with a sense of foreboding, as if the heavens themselves held their breath. Saturn, the great god of time and harvest, loomed before his offspring, his eyes dark pools reflecting the weight of ages. He sat upon a throne of twisted roots and stone, a figure both majestic and terrifying, draped in robes that whispered of ancient power. Yet, there was a tremor in his hands, a fear that coursed through his bones. Saturn, a father, was haunted by a prophecy that hovered over him like a storm cloud, one that foretold that his own children would rise to dethrone him. His heart pounded as he gazed upon the faces of his children, each a fragment of his fierce ambition and unyielding will. There stood Jupiter, strong and determined, with a fire in his eyes that promised rebellion. Beside him was Neptune, ever the brooding one, with waves of emotion crashing against his calm exterior. And there, too, was Pluto, shadows clinging to him, an eternal reminder of his dominion over the afterlife. Each child held a flicker of divinity, a spark of rebellion, and it coursed through their veins like molten gold. The chill of the evening deepened as Saturn's thoughts spiraled into dark corners of despair. He could feel the gnawing hunger of fear clawing at his chest. He had fought so hard to seize his place among the gods, to carve out dominion from chaos, yet the very fruits of his labor, the children he had sired, now felt like a threat waiting to rise against him. In a moment of rash desperation, Saturn reached for the sword of fate, forged in the fires of sacrifice. The legends whispered of the terrible cost of power, of how it could twist the hearts of men and gods alike. When the whispers became too loud to ignore, he made a choice shrouded in darkness. He would swallow his children whole before they could challenge him, before they could grow powerful enough to transcend his reign. One by one, he took them, curled up in the cradle of his arms, and as they slipped into darkness, he felt a piece of his soul wither away. The cries of Jupiter echoed in his ears as he consumed him, the taste of betrayal bitter on his tongue. Was this the legacy he wished to leave? A throne built on the bones of his own kin? But the earth trembled under the weight of his actions. Rhea, the mother of his children, watched with eyes that burned with both fury and sorrow. She could not stand idle while her husband devoured their offspring, one by one. A game of chess played with lives, and she was determined to turn the tide. In a moment of fierce rebellion, Rhea stole away her youngest, hidden safely away from Saturn's wrath. She wrapped him in swaddling cloth and named him Jupiter, the one who would rise to end the cycle of fear. She would raise him in secrecy, far from the clutches of a father who thought himself a god, but who was instead a prisoner of his own fears. Time passed, and the world held its breath. Jupiter grew strong, nourished by the milk of defiance and the shadows of his siblings who lingered in the depths of Saturn's belly. The day would come when he would confront the monstrous legacy of his father. But for now, the winds of fate whispered tales of vengeance waiting to unfold. As Jupiter matured, he learned of his birthright, of the siblings who had been lost to Saturn's insatiable hunger. Each story he heard ignited a flame within him, a flame that yearned for justice and a longing to rescue his brothers, to reclaim what once was taken. The heartache was a wound that shaped him, forging a hero from the ashes of despair. In the dark recesses of the earth, Pluto felt the stirrings of another kind of power. He had been consumed, but in that void he found a strange peace. Surrounded by the lost souls of the past, he came to understand the delicate balance of life and death. His own suffering morphed into a force that would one day challenge Saturn's reign. The tension built like a gathering storm as Jupiter, with the weight of his fallen siblings on his shoulders, began to strategize. He would not only confront his father, he would awaken the fury of the gods. With each plan he crafted, the air crackled with anticipation. At last, the day arrived when Jupiter stood before his father, the very embodiment of hope and vengeance. The sacred mountains trembled beneath the clash of wills, the heavens lit with the fury of a rebellion years in the making. Saturn, older but not wiser, mistook the light in his son's eyes for mere hubris, a spark easily extinguished. Yet, he underestimated the bond forged through suffering. The battle that ensued was unlike any before, a tempest of fury and sacrifice where the air was charged with the cries of the fallen. Jupiter wielded the thunderbolts like a warrior possessed, each strike resonating with the echoes of his lost siblings, each crash a reminder of the sacrifice that had scarred their lineage. The struggle reached a fever pitch, a culmination of fear, fury, and unwavering resolve. As the two titans clashed, the heavens bore witness to the tragic irony. The greatest sacrifice was not in the act of devouring but in the fight for freedom from that very cycle of fear. In the throes of battle, as Saturn fell to his knees, the realization washed over him like a wave. His children were not merely shards of his ambition. They were the very essence of life, love, and sacrifice. As the darkness of his actions loomed large, it became clear. This was not just a fight for the throne, but a fight for redemption. Yet the end was not yet written. The gods above and below were watching, waiting, as the echoes of past sacrifices reverberated through the ages. The story was far from over. The battle had ignited a new chapter, one where the line between God and monster blurred, and the true power of sacrifice would be revealed. The cycle of struggle and redemption continued, a tale woven through the fabric of time, whispering promises of what was yet to come. The air crackled with an electric excitement, a palpable energy that coursed through the streets of ancient Rome. Everywhere, the laughter of children mingled with the joyous shouts of revelers, creating a symphony of celebration that echoed off the marble pillars of the grand city. For a week, the world turned upside down, and the mundane rules of life faded away, replaced by a vibrant tapestry of chaos and merriment. This was Saturnalia, a festival dedicated to the god Saturn, where social norms were cast aside like old garments, and every heart beat in rhythm with freedom and joy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the bustling city, the preparations for the feast began in earnest. Homes were adorned with colorful garlands of greenery, and tables overflowed with an abundance of food that would make even the gods themselves envious. Roasted meats, fragrant breads, and sweet honeyed cakes adorned every table, the air filled with tantalizing aromas, stirring the senses and igniting the anticipation of what was to come. In the center of it all stood a towering effigy of Saturn, draped in robes that shimmered in the flickering light of oil lamps. People gathered around, some holding hands, others swaying in unison as they recited verses that hailed the golden age of abundance and peace. A sense of togetherness enveloped them, a reminder that for these fleeting days, status and wealth meant nothing. Everyone was equal before the god they revered. The first night of Saturnalia was marked by a great feast, the likes of which would not be seen again until the next year. The wealthy hosted lavish banquets, their homes transformed into temples of excess where laughter echoed and wine flowed freely. But it was not just the elite who celebrated. The poor were welcomed, their faces illuminated by the glow of camaraderie. A servant, once bound by duty, might find themselves seated at the table of their master, sharing tales and food, their laughter mingling in a shared revelry that broke down the walls of class and privilege. As the wine flowed, so too did the spirit of merriment. People donned ridiculous costumes, their faces painted with laughter. Masks adorned with vivid colors transformed ordinary citizens into fantastical creatures of the night. The streets pulsed with life as dancers twirled and spun, their feet barely touching the ground, leaving behind trails of joy. The very act of being together became a sacred offering to Saturn, a way to honor the god who had blessed them with such rich harvests. In the midst of these celebrations, a hush would occasionally fall over the crowd as someone stepped forward to make a sacrifice, a ritual as old as the festival itself. The offering, often a small animal or a basket of fruits, was presented with reverence, the air thick with anticipation. The priest would chant prayers that seemed to weave through the very fabric of the universe, calling upon Saturn to bless the year ahead. Eyes closed, people would envision their hopes and dreams mingling with the smoke that spiraled toward the heavens, carrying their wishes to the god who once brought prosperity to all. Later nights were filled with games and playful competitions. The atmosphere was electric, charged with a wild abandon that could only be born from a deep yearning for joy. People of all ages participated in mock battles and races, their laughter rising like the stars in the sky above. Cheering echoed through the streets, as friends became rivals, and rivals became friends. Each moment a reminder that life was but a fleeting dance, a celebration of existence itself. As the days of Saturnalia unfolded, the rituals continued. Gifts were exchanged, not just among friends and family, but with complete strangers as well. A small token, perhaps a simple candle or a sweet treat, was offered as a gesture of goodwill. The spirit of generosity was infectious, fostering connections that transcended the barriers of social status. It was a time to remind one another that kindness and joy could be found in the simplest of offerings, an echo of Saturn's promise of abundance for all. Songs would rise from the streets, old melodies sung with new vigor. The lyrics spoke of love, laughter, and the joys of the harvest. Voices harmonized, weaving a tapestry of sound that enveloped the city. Each note transcended time, a reminder that these moments were part of a grander story, a cycle that connected every individual through shared humanity. As darkness fell, the city sparkled with the glow of countless candles, each flame a flicker of hope against the vast night sky. The laughter grew louder, the dances more fervent, as people celebrated not just the festival, but the essence of life itself. Each moment was a gift, a fleeting spark of joy that would be cherished long after the lights dimmed and the revelries faded. But as the week drew to a close, a bittersweet tension began to weave its way through the festivities. The climax of Saturnalia was nearly upon them, the final night filled with both elation and the bittersweet sigh of impending farewell. Hearts raced at the thought of the celebration ending, yet the beauty of shared joy lingered in every smile, every toast raised in honor of Saturn. The festival was more than just a time of revelry. It was a deep, pulsating connection to each other, a testament to what it meant to be alive in a world that often forgot the warmth of togetherness. The crowds surged toward the temple of Saturn, where the final offerings would take place. A sense of anticipation crackled through the air, as if the very universe held its breath. The flickering torches illuminated the faces of young and old, each reflecting back a flicker of hope, a desire for the blessings that would carry them through the coming year. As they moved closer to the altar, the rhythm of the celebration surged, beating like a drum, echoing the wild pulse of life itself. And in that moment, surrounded by the warmth of laughter and the glow of candlelight, the spirit of Saturnalia shone brighter than the stars. The night held endless possibilities, the echoes of joy ringing in their ears, whispering promises of what was to come. It was not just a festival. It was a sacred promise, a bond unbroken, as the people prepared to offer their hopes once more to the god who watched over them. A ritual etched in time, a celebration that transcended the very fabric of existence. The sky turned a somber gray as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a shroud of twilight over the ancient city of Rome. Shadows danced along the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of the past, while the air grew heavy with the scent of impending rain. In this city, where the grandiose temples stood tall against the encroaching darkness, the timeless dance of life and death played out in every corner. Among the deities that commanded respect and fear was Saturn, a figure wrapped in layers of myth and reality, embodying the duality of existence itself. Saturn, known to the Romans as the god of agriculture and time, was more than a mere symbol of the harvest. He was intricately tied to the cycle of life and death, an ever-present reminder that what flourishes must also wither. His connection to the underworld was not just a whisper in the night, but a thunderous declaration that every grain of wheat that sprouted from the earth would eventually return to the soil. The Romans held festivals in his honor, known as Saturnalia, where chaos reigned and social norms were turned upside down. a brief, jubilant acknowledgement that life's pleasures are fleeting, and in revelry, the specter of death lurked just beyond the merriment. Among the flickering torchlights, citizens adorned in masks and garlands reveled in the freedom of the festival, a momentary escape from the rigid structures of society. Laughter echoed through the streets, yet an undercurrent of unease flowed beneath. The very nature of Saturn's dominion was a reminder that death was never far behind. The more one celebrated life, the more poignant the awareness of mortality became. It was a delicate balance, one that haunted the minds of those who dared to acknowledge it. In the ancient texts, Saturn was often depicted as a bearded figure, holding a sickle, an instrument of harvest and a symbol of mortality. He scythed through the lives of gods and mortals alike, reminding them of their ephemeral existence. The sickle was not merely a tool. It was a harbinger of fate, a reminder that even the most celebrated lives would one day return to the earth, their stories buried beneath layers of time and memory. As the festival reached its peak, a chilling tale began to circulate among the revelers, a story of the underworld that sent shivers down spines. It spoke of a hidden path, a darkened tunnel that led to the realm of the dead, ruled by the ominous figure of Dispater. To journey there was to confront the very essence of one's being, to face the shadows that lingered in the corners of one's soul. The tale was shrouded in mystery, but it ignited a spark of curiosity in the hearts of many. Would they dare to venture into the abyss where Saturn's influence reigned supreme? Underneath the flickering stars, a group of young men, emboldened by wine and bravado, whispered their plans to one another. Let us seek the path to the underworld. Let us fill our hearts with both fear and wonder. Their laughter filled the air, yet in the back of their minds, a nagging dread lingered. What if the tales were true? What if, in seeking out Saturn's domain, they would discover not only the beauty of life but the harrowing truth of death? As they ventured into the night, the atmosphere shifted. The streets grew quiet, the laughter faded, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to swallow the world whole. They followed twisted alleyways, guided by the dim light of torches, their hearts pounding in unison. With each step, the air grew thicker, as if the weight of countless souls pressed down upon them. The underbelly of Rome was a tapestry of darkness interwoven with stories of those who had come before, each echo a reminder that life was but a fleeting moment. They finally arrived at the entrance of a cave, its mouth gaping like the maw of a great beast. The air was cold, biting at their skin, and they hesitated. Memories of the festival, of laughter and joy, collided with the creeping dread of what lay beyond. Yet, driven by the intoxicating mixture of curiosity and fear, they stepped inside. The darkness enveloped them, and the flickering torchlight danced against the damp stone walls, casting ghostly shadows that seemed to reach for them, beckoning them deeper into the abyss. Within the cave, the whispers of the past echoed, tales of those who had traversed these very paths long before. They could almost hear the mournful cries of lost souls, their lament a chilling reminder of life's fragility. Yet, within that sorrow, there was a sense of connection, an understanding that life and death were two sides of the same coin. Saturn watched over them, a silent guardian of the delicate balance, reminding them that every end is but a new beginning. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the cave, snuffing out their torches. Darkness enveloped them completely, a suffocating blanket that threatened to consume all hope. Panic began to set in, their breaths quickening as the weight of their surroundings pressed down. What had they sought? What had they hoped to find in the depths? In the blackness, they could feel the pull of the underworld, a magnetic force that tugged at their very essence. Yet, just as despair threatened to drown them, a faint glimmer appeared in the distance, an ethereal light flickering like a distant star. It called to them, promising answers, tempting them with the allure of revelation. The young men, driven by a primal instinct, pressed forward, driven by a need to confront the shadows that haunted them. The flickering light grew brighter, illuminating the path ahead, as if Saturn himself were guiding them, urging them to embrace the inevitable. The closer they drew, the more the air shifted. The scent of earth mingled with something sweet yet decaying, a reminder of the cycle of life. Suddenly, they stood before a vast chasm, a gateway to the underworld itself. The light emanated from within, casting a warm glow that contrasted starkly with the chilling darkness that surrounded them. It was a moment of reckoning, where the boundary between life and death blurred, and time stood still. In that suspended moment, the realization dawned upon them. Their journey was not merely about seeking the underworld, but understanding the duality of existence that Saturn represented. In life's fleeting joys lay the seeds of sorrow, and in the depths of despair, the possibilities of rebirth awaited. They were not merely men. They were a part of an ancient tapestry woven by the hands of the divine, forever caught in the ebb and flow of life and death. As they gazed into the chasm, they felt the pull of both realms, a potent reminder that to live fully, one must also confront the shadows. Fear and exhilaration coursed through their veins, an intoxicating mixture that left them breathless. They stood at the precipice, hearts pounding with a blend of dread and awe, ready to take the final leap into the unknown. On the eve of battle, the sky hung heavy with anticipation, a thick veil of gray cloaking the Roman camp. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and fear, mingled with the acrid smoke of burning torches. Soldiers huddled around flickering flames, their faces marked with a blend of bravado and dread. Whispers of sacrifice wove through the night, a thread of ancient ritual binding them to their past. In moments like these, the Romans sought favor from their gods, desperate to tip the scales of war in their favor. The notion of sacrifice was not merely a shadowy legend from a bygone age. It was a living, breathing reality for those who marched into the unknown. They believed that the blood spilled in offering could appease the restless spirits of the divine, ensuring victory on the battlefield. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a darker truth loomed just out of sight. A centurion named Marcus stood at the edge of the camp, his heart pounding like a war drum. He had witnessed the ritual before, young men, trembling and wide-eyed, bound and led to the altar. It was a sight that both horrified and captivated him. The priests, clad in garments flowing like the river, would chant incantations, their voices rising in a haunting melody. The sacred knife glimmered in the firelight, poised to sever the tether between life and death. As the air crackled with an electric charge, the priests began their solemn march toward the heart of the camp. Marcus could feel the tension rising within him, a mixture of revulsion and an inexplicable yearning. The soldiers gathered, their eyes wide, drawn into the spectacle. For them, the sacrifice was a testament to their devotion, a necessary act to ensure the gods' favor. It was a ritual steeped in history, echoing through the ages, a remnant of a time when such offerings were commonplace in the tapestry of Roman life. In this moment, time seemed to stretch and bend. Marcus remembered stories told by his father, tales of warriors who had offered themselves willingly to the gods. They were heroes, revered and immortalized. But now, as he watched a young man being dragged forward, knees buckling in fear, he felt an icy grip on his heart. This was not the glory of sacrifice he had romanticized. It was raw and terrifying. The boy's eyes screamed for mercy, a plea that would reach no ears in the darkness. The priests raised their hands, invoking the names of the gods. They called upon Jupiter, Mars, and Minerva, pleading for strength and protection. The very ground trembled beneath them, as if the earth itself held its breath. In those moments, the soldiers were transfixed, caught between their primal instincts and the weight of tradition. To them, this was more than mere bloodshed. It was a covenant, a promise to keep the empire strong and unyielding. The knife shimmered, its blade reflecting the flickering firelight as it arched through the air. Marcus felt bile rise in his throat. He was part of this world. He had been taught to respect the old ways. Yet, standing there, confronted by the reality of the sacrifice, he found himself questioning everything he believed. Was violence the true price of peace? As the blade descended, the world around him faded, swallowed by a wave of chilling horror. Time hung like a pendulum, the moment stretching into eternity. The sharp crack of the blade meeting flesh echoed in his ears, followed by a deafening silence. Gasps of disbelief mingled with the scent of iron that began to seep into the air. The boy's body fell limp, his life extinguished like a candle snuffed in a storm. As the priests lifted their arms in triumph, Marcus felt the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down upon him. The sacrifice was complete, but at what cost? The soldiers erupted into cheers, their voices rising like dark thunder, a perverse celebration of death. They believed they had struck a deal with the divine, that this act would shield them from the horrors of war. Yet, even through the tumult of their revelry, Marcus felt a shiver run down his spine, a whisper of something unspoken, a shadow lingering just beyond the light of the fire. As the echoes of the sacrifice faded into the night, a gnawing unease settled in Marcus's heart. He had witnessed the terror of war, the clash of steel and the cries of the wounded, but this was a different kind of horror. The boy had not chosen this fate. He had been cast aside, a pawn in a game played by gods and men alike. With each breath, the camp grew thicker with tension. Soldiers sharpened their weapons, their minds racing with thoughts of glory, yet a lingering doubt crept in, a realization that the gods demanded more than blood. They wanted devotion, loyalty, and now a debt that could never truly be repaid. As the moon rose, casting an ethereal glow across the scene, Marcus pondered the price of their ambition. Even as they prepared for battle, the specter of the sacrifice loomed large, a dark reminder of what lay ahead. Would they emerge victorious, or would they pay with even more lives? Each soldier clutched his weapon tighter, steeling himself for the dawn that would bring both glory and despair. The battlefield awaited, a canvas painted in hues of red and black, each stroke a testament to the choices made in the pursuit of power. And so, as the fires crackled and the night deepened, Marcus felt a chill run through the camp, a haunting whisper, a reminder of the boy's sacrifice. Was it truly worth it? The gods had been appeased, but at what cost? The echoes of the past reverberated in his mind as dawn threatened to break. A new battle about to begin, and with it, the ever-present question of life, death, and the unyielding will of fate. As the first rays of sunlight touched the horizon, something stirred within him, a realization that maybe, just maybe, the cycle of sacrifice was a haunting melody that would never truly end. The streets of ancient Rome pulsed with a rhythmic heartbeat, the city alive with whispers of power and ambition. At the center of it all stood the Forum, a grand space where both the mundane and the magnificent intertwined. Here, the air was thick with the scent of incense and the distant sound of clanging metal, a reminder of the sacrificial rituals that played out in the shadows. Citizens milled about, their faces a tapestry of hope, fear, and desperation. While above them, the marble statues of emperors gazed down, eternally watching. Sacrifice was not merely a religious act in this empire. It was a tool wielded with precision by those seeking control. The priests, draped in their flowing robes, held immense sway over the people, their hands stained with the blood of offerings. Each sacrifice, whether a bull or a simple dove, was laden with meaning, a ritual where the lines between the divine and the mundane blurred. The people believed that these offerings could curry favor with the gods, ensuring bountiful harvests, peace, and prosperity. But behind the sacred veil lay a darker truth. Sacrifices were often orchestrated to serve the interests of the powerful, a means to manipulate the masses and solidify dominance. In the cool of the evening, as the sun dipped below the hills and cast long shadows across the city, a clandestine meeting took place in a dimly lit chamber. Senators whispered fervently, their faces illuminated by flickering torches. They spoke in hushed tones, burdened with the weight of their ambitions. The people must see the gods' favor, one senator urged, his eyes gleaming with determination. A grand sacrifice, something they cannot ignore. We need to show strength. The others nodded, their minds racing with possibilities. A public spectacle, they agreed, would not only demonstrate their devotion to the gods, but also reinforce their control over the citizens. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, a family gathered around their modest dinner table, their faces drawn with worry. The father, a farmer, had heard rumors of droughts devastating neighboring lands. What if the gods have turned their backs on us? He asked, his voice trembling. His wife clutched their child, a flicker of fear crossing her features. We must make a sacrifice, she whispered, recalling the stories of how offerings had once brought them fortune. The family pooled together their meager savings, knowing that an offering, however humble, might appease the deities and restore their livelihood. As the days passed, preparations for the grand sacrifice began. The senators, cloaked in elaborate robes, ordered the finest beasts to be brought to the altar. The air buzzed with anticipation, and the people of Rome, caught in the fervor, began to flock toward the forum. The cries of the animals echoed through the streets, mingling with the prayers of hopeful citizens. The tension was palpable, a charged atmosphere thick with emotion. The day of the sacrifice arrived, bright and sunny, a stark contrast to the heavy hearts that thrummed beneath the surface. Crowds gathered, filling the forum with a cacophony of murmurs and gasps. The priests, adorned with sacred symbols, led the procession, chanting in ancient tongues, their voices rising in fervor. It was a performance, crafted to awe and inspire. Kings, emperors, and gods were all participants in this dark dance. The people watched with bated breath, their hopes pinned on the outcome, believing that this spectacle could alter their fate. As the first animals were led to the altar, the atmosphere shifted. The priests raised their hands, commanding silence. The crowd fell still. In that moment, time suspended, and every heart beat as one. The blood spilled upon the stones, bright against the stark white marble, symbolizing the fragility of life and the weight of sacrifice. A shiver rippled through the throng as they witnessed this act, their fears and hopes woven into the very fabric of the scene. But behind the dazzling facade of sacred duty, power dynamics twisted like a serpent. The senators exchanged glances, their faces masks of resolve. Each sacrifice was a reminder to the populace of their vulnerability, a calculated move to maintain order. Let them fear the wrath of the gods, one senator murmured, satisfied with the spectacle. The rest nodded in agreement, knowing that their grip on power depended on the belief that they were the intermediaries between the people and the divine. As the blood soaked into the earth, the family from the outskirts felt a surge of hope. They had made their own humble offering, a mere handful of grains, but they believed that the gods listened to even the faintest cries. They stood among the masses, eyes wide with reverence, watching the grand spectacle unfold. Would this sacrifice restore the favor they so desperately sought? Each prayer whispered into the air carried with it a weight, a longing for change. Yet, as the sun began its descent into a fiery horizon, an unsettling realization crept into the hearts of the citizens. The senators, with their orchestrated displays and carefully timed sacrifices, were not just appeasing the gods. They were reinforcing their own authority. The illusion of divine favor was a shield, protecting their power and keeping the people at bay. With every sacrifice, they reminded the masses of their place in the grand hierarchy, a cog in the machine of Rome. The atmosphere shifted again, a tension building as the final moments of the ritual drew near. The crowd, once filled with hope, began to murmur anxiously. The raw emotion in the air was thick enough to cut, and fear danced beneath the surface. What would happen if the gods refused to accept the offerings? What if the sacrifices were in vain? The questions swirled like leaves in a tempest, casting shadows upon the once bright faces of the onlookers. In that charged moment, as the flames flickered and the last animal fell, it was clear that the true sacrifice was not just of blood but of trust. Trust in the gods, trust in their leaders, and trust in the fragile balance of power that held their world together. As the smoke rose towards the heavens, it carried with it the weight of their dreams and the bitter taste of sacrifice, echoing through the ages, leaving a trail of unanswered questions and unresolved emotions in its wake. And just as the last echoes of the crowd faded into silence, a new chapter of power dynamics in Rome awaited, shrouded in the same rituals that had once promised hope. As the sun began its descent over the ancient city of Rome, the shadows lengthened, cloaking the bustling streets in a shroud of mystery and reverence. The air crackled with anticipation, for today marked the celebration of Saturnalia, a festival dedicated to Saturn, the god of sowing and seed. This was no ordinary day. It was a time when the rigid structures of Roman law and governance would momentarily yield to the ebb and flow of joy and chaos. The people of Rome poured into the streets, their laughter ringing out like bells, drowning the serious whispers of the Senate. Masks adorned their faces, transforming the powerful into the powerless, and the ordinary into the extraordinary. It was a time when all could find liberation in revelry, an escape from the strictures of law and order that defined their lives for the rest of the year. But beneath this joyous facade, a profound truth lurked. The influence of Saturn ran deeper than mere festivities. It seeped into the very fabric of Roman governance, shaping laws and ideals in ways both subtle and powerful. Saturn was more than a deity of agriculture. He represented the cyclical nature of time and the balance of justice. The Romans revered him not just as a god, but as a symbol of an age of peace and prosperity, a golden time when all were equal. It was said that during his reign, the earth bore fruit without labor, and men lived in harmony. This idyllic vision found its way into the laws that governed society, echoing the yearning for a just and equitable world. The 12 Tables, the foundation of Roman law, were born from the struggles of the people, crafted in the very spirit of Saturn. The tables emerged from a desire to ensure transparency and fairness, principles that resonated with the Saturnian ethos. Laws that dictated property rights, family relations, and criminal justice were infused with a sense of balance and morality. The reverberations of Saturn's influence could be felt in every courtroom, every debate within the Senate, and every household. As night fell, the warm glow of lamps illuminated the faces of senators who gathered to discuss matters of state. The tension in the room was palpable, a mix of ambition and fear. They wrestled with the question of how to govern effectively while honoring the legacy of Saturn. In their hearts, they understood that true power lay not in oppression, but in fostering a society where justice could flourish. Yet, the shadows lurking just beyond the light whispered of corruption and greed, tempting them to stray from the path laid by Saturn. One senator, Gaius, felt the weight of his forefathers' expectations pressing down on him. He was torn between tradition and the winds of change that swept through Rome. With Saturn's festival fresh in memory, he recalled the stories of old, tales where justice was served not by the sword, but by compassion and understanding. The words of his mother echoed in his mind. True leadership is not about commanding, it's about listening. Gaius took a breath, ready to speak, his heart racing as he stood before his peers. "Esteemed colleagues," he began, his voice steady yet filled with emotion. "If we wish to honor Saturn, we must remember that the law is a living entity, shaped by the will of the people and the divine. Let us not forget the spirit of equality he represents. Let us forge laws that reflect the needs of the many, not the desires of the few." The room fell silent, the air thick with unspoken thoughts, each senator grappling with the weight of his words. In that moment, Saturn's spirit loomed large, a silent witness to the debate unfolding. Gaius felt the restless energy of the city outside, where citizens danced in the streets, their cries of joy a reminder of what was at stake. The echoes of laughter morphed into whispers of injustice as he imagined the plight of those who had been wronged by laws that favored the powerful. Would they be heard? Would their struggles be acknowledged? Outside, a girl named Livia, her hands stained with the mud of the fields, felt the pulse of the city. She was one of many who toiled under the weight of laws that seemed indifferent to their suffering. Her dreams of a better life clashed with the reality of her existence. But the festive spirit of Saturnalia filled her heart with a flicker of hope. She believed that somewhere within the grand halls of power, men like Gaius were fighting for her voice to be heard. As the festivities reached a fever pitch, the tension in the Senate grew thick. Calls for reform clashed with cries for tradition. Some senators insisted on maintaining the status quo, fearing that change would unravel the very fabric of society. But Gaius stood firm, the fire in his heart ignited by the very essence of Saturn. He envisioned a Rome where laws served to uplift, not suppress, where the margins of society could step into the light and claim their rightful place. And so, As the lanterns flickered against the darkening sky, the debate raged on. The intertwining destinies of the powerful and the powerless danced in a delicate balance, each contingent upon the choices made within those walls. Saturn watched, his presence felt in the hopes and fears that flowed through the city like a river, meandering through the hearts of every citizen. In the streets, Livia raised her hands to the heavens, feeling the exhilaration of the festival wrap around her. Her heart beat in rhythm with the chants of the crowd, each cheer a testament to the unyielding spirit of humanity. She closed her eyes and envisioned a future where the laws were woven with justice, where she, too, would feel the warmth of a world that embraced her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the jubilant city, the influence of Saturn became not just a memory, but a living force, challenging the very structure of Roman law and governance. The spirit of equality, of justice, of hope hung in the air like a prayer. The night wore on, and with it came the promise of change, a whisper of Saturn's legacy urging the people of Rome toward a destiny yet unwritten, one where the bonds of governance would be tested under the weight of compassion, the heart of the law forever intertwined with the aspirations of its people. In a dimly lit temple, the air thick with the scent of incense and flickering candlelight, a crowd gathered, their faces painted with anticipation. The rhythmic beating of drums echoed through the stone walls, a primal call that resonated with centuries of tradition. The priests, adorned in flowing robes, prepared for a ritual that had been passed down through generations. A sacrificial offering meant to appease the gods, to bring prosperity and protection to the people. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits, the winds of change began to whisper through the hearts and minds of those present. In the ancient world, sacrificial practices were not merely ceremonial. They were the lifeblood of communities. From the Aztecs, who offered lives to ensure the sun would rise each day, to the Greeks, who sought favor from their pantheon through the blood of animals, these acts were woven into the very fabric of society. Yet, as time rolled on, the stories behind these rituals began to shift, morphing under the weight of evolving beliefs and burgeoning moral questions. One by one, the people, once fervently loyal to the old ways, began to feel a stirring unease. The clamor of the drums felt less like a call to arms and more like a haunting echo of a time when life and death were intertwined in ways that felt less human. The crackle of fire that surrounded the altar was no longer a sign of divine acceptance. Instead, it became a stark reminder of a violent past that clashed with the burgeoning philosophies of compassion and reason. In the bustling streets of Athens, philosophers like Socrates questioned the ethics of such bloodshed in the name of piety, planting seeds of doubt in the hearts of the devout. As the years rolled into decades, the sacred texts that once glorified sacrifice began to be scrutinized. The rise of empathy and the value of human life started to take hold. In the quiet corners of homes, families gathered to discuss the changes that loomed over them like a dark cloud. Mothers whispered to their children about the beauty of kindness, about feeding the hungry and caring for the weak, rather than offering them up as a means to an end. The heart-wrenching decision to end the cycle of violence stirred emotions that were raw and palpable, igniting a tension that crackled in the air like electricity. In the Americas, the Mayans once believed that the blood of their captives was a gift to the gods. But as stories of conquest and power spread, the realization dawned that the gods no longer demanded blood. They sought connection and understanding. In the sacred ball courts, warriors trained not just for glory, but for the unification of their communities. The sacred games became a way to honor the spirits, shifting focus from sacrifice to celebration, from death to life. The echoes of the past began to fade, replaced by the vibrant laughter of children who played without fear of the altar's shadow. Across the ocean, in the heart of Rome, the Colosseum roared with the cheers of spectators as gladiators fought for their lives. Yet, beneath the surface of excitement lay a growing sense of disillusionment. The thrill of bloodshed began to grate against the conscience of a society that yearned for something greater than mere entertainment. The emergence of Christianity offered a beacon of hope in the form of grace and mercy, calling for a new understanding of sacrifice, one that was not marked by blood but by love, one that celebrated the life of the martyr rather than the death of the vanquished. The stories of saints who turned the other cheek began to permeate the hearts of the people, igniting a spiritual revolution that reverberated through the ages. As the seasons changed, so too did the rituals of the past. The once respected altars became relics of a bygone era, dusty and forgotten. Temples that had pierced the skies with their grandeur now stood silent, their stones echoing only the whispers of those who once sought solace within their walls. The young and old alike turned their backs on the traditions that had defined them, drawn instead to the promise of empathy and a collective future. But the shift was not without conflict. The guardians of the old ways, those who held the keys to sacred knowledge, felt the ground beneath them tremble. They clung to the past, their voices rising in protest against the tide of change. Rituals that once bound communities together now tore them apart, creating rifts that threatened to swallow the very essence of what it meant to be human. The struggle between tradition and progress played out like a tragic opera, filled with moments of beauty and despair, laughter and tears. As the old rituals faded, new forms of expression emerged. Festivals took on a vibrant life of their own, celebrating the bounty of the earth rather than seeking the favor of the unseen. Feasts filled with laughter, music, and dance replaced the somber offerings of yesteryear, drawing communities together in a tapestry of joy rather than mourning. The pulse of humanity quickened, fueled by the understanding that the true essence of sacrifice lay not in the shedding of blood, but in the acts of love, compassion, and unity that bound them together. Yet, even as these cultural shifts unfolded, the shadows of the past loomed larger than ever. For every step towards understanding, there echoed a faint whisper of the old ways, remnants of a time when the world felt simpler, more direct. The tension between the two worlds was palpable, a heartbeat that throbbed in the quiet moments of reflection, reminding the people that while they had moved forward, the ghosts of their ancestors lingered just beyond the veil of memory, waiting to be acknowledged. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the flickering candlelight in the temple illuminated the faces of a new generation. They stood on the precipice of change, poised between what was and what could be. The drums once again began to beat, but this time, they resonated not with the promise of sacrifice, but with the hope of connection. The air vibrated with unspoken questions and uncharted futures, a tapestry of lives intertwined, each thread a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. And in that moment, the world held its breath, waiting to see how the story would unfold. Under a sky blanketed with a luminous ringed giant, the air crackles with an ancient energy, as though the very essence of Saturn whispers secrets only a few have dared to uncover. The planet, a brilliant jewel in the night, casts its shadow not just upon the stars, but upon human imagination throughout the ages. Literature, a mirror reflecting the soul of humanity, has often turned its gaze towards Saturn, revealing a tapestry woven with threads of fear, power, time, and decay. In the realm of Roman mythology, Saturn, known as Cronus in Greek lore, is not just a celestial body but a symbol of relentless time and the inevitable cycle of life. He is the father who devoured his children, gripping the thread of fate with a cold, iron hand, embodying both creator and destroyer. This duality is palpable in the works of poets and playwrights who have spun tales around his dark and weighty presence. As readers, we can almost feel the chill of his shadow creeping over the pages, urging us to confront our deepest fears and desires. The echoes of Saturn's influence resonate vividly in the writings of the Renaissance. In the works of Shakespeare, the imagery is rich and haunting. In Hamlet, the ghost of King Hamlet walks with the weight of unfulfilled time on his shoulders, reminiscent of Saturn's own struggle against the passage of moments. The inevitability of death and the grasp of fate tie Hamlet's own tragic journey to the celestial tyrant. Shakespeare captures the essence of despair that hangs in the air, a reminder of Saturn's insatiable hunger and the dark corners of human ambition. Visual art, too, has not escaped the gravitational pull of Saturn. When looking at Goya's Saturn devouring his son, one feels the raw emotion that spills onto the canvas, the horror of a father consumed by his own power. Goya presents Saturn not merely as a figure of myth, but as a grotesque representation of humanity's darkest instincts. The visceral reality of fear, the grotesque nature of time, and the inevitability of destruction are painted in strokes that seem to pulsate with life and death, urging the viewer to confront their own demons. Poetry from the late 19th and early 20th centuries, such as in the works of the symbolists, embraced Saturn as an emblem of introspection and existential dread. The shadowy figure of Saturn emerges as a guide through the labyrinth of the mind, leading poets to explore themes of isolation and disillusionment. The melancholy of disconnection from the cosmos reverberates within their verses, revealing a fragile human spirit lost in an indifferent universe, forever yearning for connection yet shackled by the relentless passage of time. Saturn's rings, mesmerizing and enigmatic, serve as a potent symbol of the beauty that wraps around despair. The shimmering bands suggest that even amidst chaos, there is elegance. In the works of modern authors, Saturn transforms into a metaphor for the struggles of contemporary existence. The cosmic dance of creation and destruction captures the essence of human relationships, where love and loss intertwine with an eternal sense of longing. In this light, Saturn becomes a character in its own right, an ever-watchful guardian of our souls, a reminder that every fleeting moment is both a treasure and a burden. As dusk settles into the corners of reality, Saturn is a specter haunting the narratives of science fiction. Writers like H.G. Wells and Arthur C. Clarke have painted vivid worlds where this gas giant becomes a battleground of ideas about humanity's future. Saturn serves as a backdrop to our potential, an explorer's hope and a conqueror's fear. In 2001, A Space Odyssey, the celestial body symbolizes both the unknown and the quest for enlightenment, a duality that triggers a sense of wonder and dread. The vastness of space reflects our profound uncertainties, while the very presence of Saturn calls forth the dreams that propel humanity ever forward, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. The contemporary literary landscape continues to pull from Saturn's well of symbolism. In the poignant prose of writers like Haruki Murakami, the planet takes on a nuanced role, embodying the collision of dreams and reality. Characters drift through life with the weight of Saturn's influence, trapped between what is and what could have been. There's a haunting beauty in this portrayal, where the planet's rings become a metaphor for the barriers we create, shimmering yet suffocating, beautiful yet isolating. Murakami captures this tension, wrapping readers in a cocoon of melancholy, urging them to reflect on their own lives as they navigate the labyrinth of existence. Saturn's mythology has also seeped into the world of fantasy, where it becomes a symbol of the struggle between light and dark. In the His Dark Materials series by Philip Pullman, the presence of celestial bodies, including Saturn, serves as a reminder of the moral choices faced by the characters. The rings represent the barriers they must overcome, the boundaries between worlds, and the sacrifices that come with seeking truth. The emotional depth of this exploration resonates with readers, evoking a sense of urgency and connection to the choices we make. Through the ages, Saturn stands as a testament to the human condition, a mirror reflecting our innermost fears, dreams, and desires. Its presence in literature transforms the mundane into the extraordinary. The timeless dance of creation and destruction, of hope entwined with despair, echoes through the ages, weaving a narrative as complex as the rings that encircle the planet. Each tale whispers of the trials and tribulations faced by humanity, urging us to confront our own shadows, to wrestle with the timeless questions that have plagued us since the dawn of consciousness. As the story of Saturn unfolds, it remains a constant in the tapestry of existence, always present, always watching. The emotional weight of its symbolism lingers, keeping readers enthralled, their hearts racing with the thrill of discovery, even as they shudder at the reminders of their own mortality. The allure of Saturn, both beautiful and terrifying, draws us closer, inviting us to stare into the abyss and confront what lies beyond. The narrative spirals on, unending, a cosmic loop of wonder and fear, leading seamlessly into the next chapter of humanity's eternal quest for meaning. Beneath the flickering light of torches, the air was thick with anticipation. The night sky hung heavy with stars, but their brilliance was dimmed by the weighty presence of the ancient temple, its stones whispering tales of a time when gods walked among mortals. In the shadow of this sacred site, A community gathered, hearts pounding as they prepared for a ritual rooted in the very essence of their existence. In this moment, every breath felt like a prayer, every heartbeat a reminder of the delicate balance between life and death, joy and despair. The Etruscans, with their intricate beliefs and vibrant culture, had long been a source of fascination and reverence. Their influence spread like ripples in water, touching upon Roman traditions that would later echo through time. At the center of their spiritual life was Saturn, a deity shrouded in mystery, embodying both the harvest and the dark, unforgiving edge of time. To the Etruscans, Saturn was not merely a god of agriculture. He was a powerful figure representing cycles of creation and destruction, a reminder of the inevitability of fate. As the villagers gathered, the flickering torchlight cast long shadows across their faces, revealing eyes filled with a mix of fear and hope. In their hands, they clutched offerings, fruits, grains, and precious oils, the bounty of their labor. The Etruscans believed that to honor Saturn was to acknowledge the fragility of life. Everything they held dear was a gift from the earth, destined to return to it. They understood that the beauty of life came with the burden of sacrifice. As the high priest stepped forward, adorned in rich fabrics and adorned with symbols of the gods, the air crackled with energy. His voice rose, a sonorous chant that echoed through the temple, invoking the spirit of Saturn. Every word poured from his mouth like molten gold, dripping with the weight of centuries of tradition. The villagers listened, entranced, their souls laid bare before the divinity they sought to appease. The ritual was not simply a performance. It was a moment of connection, a communion between the earthly and the divine. There was a palpable tension, a sense that the very fabric of existence hung in the balance. When the time came for the sacrificial offering, an uneasy silence fell over the crowd. Every heart raced, every eye was glued to the altar, where a lamb, pure and innocent, stood trembling. The Etruscans believed that to honor Saturn required a sacrifice, one that would echo through the annals of time, ensuring the blessings of the harvest and the protection of the land. As the priest raised his ceremonial knife, time seemed to stand still. A gasp rippled through the crowd, a collective intake of breath that transcended language and culture. This was not mere bloodshed. It was a powerful act of faith, a transaction between the mortal world and the divine. The lamb, now a vessel of their hopes and dreams, would carry their prayers to Saturn, its life sacrificed in the name of abundance. The villagers watched, hearts pounding, their emotions tangled in a web of reverence and sorrow. They understood the gravity of what was unfolding, a life given so that many could thrive. In that moment, the cries of the lamb rang out, piercing through the night and cutting deeper than the knife itself. It was a sound that echoed with the pain of loss and the bittersweet taste of survival. The Etruscans felt the weight of history on their shoulders. They were part of something far greater than themselves. Each sacrifice became a thread in a fabric woven through the ages, a connection to their ancestors, to the land they cherished, and to the unseen forces that governed their lives. Once the act was complete, silence enveloped the crowd. The high priest, lowering his knife, turned to face the villagers, his demeanor shifting from solemnity to hope. "With this sacrifice, we honor Saturn. May he bless our harvest," he intoned, his voice resonating with a newfound fervor. The villagers erupted into cheers, a wave of relief washing over them. They knew that the cycle of life would continue. The land would yield its bounty in gratitude for their offering. Excitement intertwined with the lingering shadows of grief, creating an emotional tapestry that painted the night sky with hues of hope and despair. As the fire blazed brighter, illuminating their faces, the villagers began to dance. Their movements were wild and free, fueled by the mixture of adrenaline, faith, and the remnants of sorrow. They twirled and leapt under the watchful gaze of Saturn, who they believed now held their offerings in his hands, ready to bless them with the fruits of the earth. Laughter mingled with the haunting echoes of their earlier grief, creating a melody of life that resonated deep within their souls. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was a reminder of the duality of existence. The Etruscans knew that every blessing came with its own shadow. They understood that for every season of plenty, there would be a time of want. The cycle of sacrifice was unending, a powerful rhythm that both terrified and comforted them. As they danced, a chill ran down their spines, a sudden realization that the very act that brought them together could also tear them apart. The realization that their devotion to Saturn, their willingness to sacrifice, was not just a tradition, but a binding pact with destiny itself. And as the night deepened, the flames flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the temple walls. The villagers felt as if they were not alone. The spirits of their ancestors watched, their presence felt in the whispers of the wind. They could almost hear the laughter of those who came before, echoing through the ages, urging them to remember, to honor, to continue the cycle of life and death. The warmth of the fire contrasted sharply with the coolness of the night air, a reminder of the fragility of joy in the face of inevitable loss. With every laugh that erupted from the crowd, there was an undercurrent of understanding, an acknowledgement of the sacrifices that life demanded. And at the heart of it all was Saturn, a god who embodied both the promise of abundance and the harsh reality of fate. And in that temple, under the stars that glimmered with ancient wisdom, the villagers danced and sacrificed, their lives intertwined in a complex tapestry of reverence and fear, hope and despair. Little did they know that their ancestors had walked this path before, and the cycle would continue, leading them deeper into the unknown, the very heart of Saturn's embrace. They could feel it, a pull, an invitation to step further into the mysteries that awaited, as the night wore on, carrying their spirits toward the next chapter woven in the fabric of their existence. The chill of the winter wind swept through the ancient streets of Rome, carrying with it the whispers of devotion and sacrifice. It was the time of Saturnalia, a festival that draped the city in joy and revelry, yet beneath the surface thrummed a deeper, often overlooked pulse, the quiet strength of women who played a pivotal role in the worship of Saturn, the god of sowing and seed. In the flickering candlelight of makeshift altars, the shadows danced as if caught in a delicate balance between fear and reverence. Women of all ages intertwined their lives with the rhythms of Saturn's worship. They were not merely passive observers. They were the lifeblood of these sacred observances. Clad in simple tunics, they gathered herbs, flowers, and grain, preparing offerings that would find their way to the feet of the deity. Their hands were often rough from labor, yet they moved with grace, weaving their prayers into the fabric of their offerings. Each flower plucked, each grain laid down held the weight of hope, reverence, and the promise of a bountiful harvest. In the shadows of the temple of Saturn, the air thick with incense, whispers of women's contributions echoed softly against the stone walls. They were the priestesses, entrusted with the sacred rituals. The Vestal Virgins, though more widely revered in the worship of Vesta, were sisters in spirit to those who honored Saturn. Their vows of chastity were not just personal. They were collective, embodying the sanctity of the community. Sacrifices demanded courage, yet it was the women who often faced the altar with steely resolve, their hearts racing but their resolve unwavering. As the festival unfolded, the streets transformed. Laughter and music intertwined as people exchanged gifts and shared stories. But within the joy, women found solace in the quiet moments, those fleeting seconds spent alone before the statue of their god. They whispered their secrets, their fears, and their dreams, believing that Saturn listened. It was in these sacred spaces that they found strength in vulnerability, a reminder that their voices mattered. Yet, the role of women was not without peril. Sacrifices demanded blood, and the weight of such offerings was heavy on their hearts. They would stand, hands trembling, as the priests raised their blades, ready to enact the rituals believed to appease Saturn's hunger. The moments were tense. Each time the knife fell, a gasp erupted from the crowd, an intake of breath as life was both given and taken. In those moments, women felt the sting of loss mingle with the bittersweet taste of giving, as they understood that life was an unending cycle of sacrifice and rebirth. Families gathered, and within the chaos of the festival, mothers taught their daughters the sacredness of these rituals. They whispered of ancestors, recounting tales of women before them who had faced the same altar, who had endured the same sacrifices. Pride swelled in their hearts as they passed down not just traditions but also resilience, the understanding that their role was integral to the fabric of society. As twilight descended, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, the women prepared for the final rituals of the evening, a communal feast to honor Saturn. The air was thick with anticipation. As the crowd swelled with energy, laughter rang out, mingling with the sweet smell of roasted meats and spiced wine. In this moment, the women were no longer just participants. They were the heart of the celebration. Their voices filled the air, weaving songs of praise and lament, honoring not only Saturn but also the bonds that held them together. But as the evening deepened, an undercurrent of tension rippled through the air. Whispers spread of a growing unrest, an uneasy fear of neglecting their duties to Saturn. Some claimed that the excessive revelry threatened to drown out the solemnity of their offerings, that in their joy, they might forget the gravity of their role. Women glanced at each other, the flicker of anxiety passing between them like a spark. They knew the stakes. They understood the delicate balance that had to be maintained. In the flickering light of the bonfires, a lone figure stepped forward, a woman clad in white, her voice cutting through the revelry like a knife. She spoke of the importance of sacrifice, her words a reminder that the festival, while joyful, bore a weight of responsibility. It was a call to honor not just the god but also the traditions that had sustained them. Her fervor ignited the crowd, and women rallied around her, feeling the surge of strength that comes from shared purpose. As the night progressed, they joined hands, forming a circle around the altar, their hearts beating as one. They chanted, their voices rising in unison, creating an echo that seemed to reach the heavens. In that moment, they felt an ancient connection to the earth and to Saturn himself. A reminder that their role was not just to be silent caretakers but to actively participate in the cycle of life and death. The ground trembled beneath their feet as the sacrifice was made, a primal offering that shook them to their core. Some wept. Others raised their fists in defiance against the uncertainty that loomed ahead. The fire crackled, and the smoke spiraled toward the stars, carrying with it their prayers, their hopes, and their fears. And as dawn broke, casting golden rays upon the city, the women stood resolute. They had borne witness to the intertwining of sacrifice and celebration, of sorrow and joy. Each one felt the weight of their presence, their collective strength weaving a tapestry rich with history, a history that could never be forgotten. As the sun climbed higher, spilling light over the temples and streets, the women exchanged glances filled with understanding. Their story was not over. It was merely a chapter in a long, sacred narrative woven into the fabric of their lives. Their hands, once trembling with fear, now felt empowered, ready to embrace whatever came next in the cycle of worship, sacrifice, and the enduring bond that tied them to Saturn and to each other. Under the cold gaze of the ancient Roman sky, the air hung heavy with unspoken prayers and the weight of sacrifice. Long before the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced between the remnants of stone and earth, the worshippers gathered. They brought with them offerings, an intricate tapestry of fruits, grains, and the blood of animals, all destined for a god whose name echoed with both reverence and dread: Saturn. The rituals began with the rustle of cloaks and the flicker of torches, illuminating the sacrifices that had become the lifeblood of worship. Saturn, the god of sowing, was also the keeper of time and the harbinger of destruction. In his embrace, joy and despair twisted together like the roots of an ancient tree. The sacrificial sites, vast and foreboding, were scattered across the land, each one steeped in the weight of history and the whispers of those who had come before. Sacred fields, sunken pits, and temples adorned with remnants of offerings told stories of devotion and fear. Archaeologists, armed with brushes and spades, unearthed these sacred places, their hearts racing at the thought of uncovering long-buried truths. Each artifact, each fragment of pottery and bone, sang a haunting melody of a bygone era. They felt the shivers run down their spines as they carefully brushed dust from the jagged edges of a sacrificial altar. It was as if the spirits of the past stirred, urging them to bear witness to the ancient rites that once unfolded here. In one particular site, the remains of a grand temple rose defiantly from the earth, its columns still standing, though battered by time. The marble was weathered, veins of history etched into its surface. The temple held an aura of power. The air buzzed with the energy of countless lives that had converged here. The archaeologists could almost hear the chants of the priests who, garbed in white robes, led the fervent crowd in rituals that invoked Saturn's favor. Nearby, stones stained with the remnants of offerings told stark tales of life and death. Bones lay scattered, a testament to the countless animals sacrificed for prosperity. Each fragment whispered the fears of the people, their hopes for a bountiful harvest, a good season, or simply the continued favor of the deity. It was a delicate balance, the joy of abundance teetering on the edge of despair. The earth had absorbed the blood of creatures, each drop a plea to the heavens, an offering that bound the living to the divine. The proximity to the Tiber River added a haunting beauty to the site, as if the waters themselves carried the echoes of prayers drifting into the void. As the archaeologists dug deeper, they uncovered the remains of intricate altars adorned with carvings of Saturn, depicted with his sickle, both a symbol of harvest and a reminder of inevitable mortality. The duality of life and death was palpable. Histories intertwined like the vines that crept around the temple walls, each telling a story of sacrifice made in the shadow of the great god. On certain nights, the archaeologists spoke in hushed tones, their breaths misting in the cool air as they recounted tales of what they had found. They shared the story of rituals performed under the watchful eye of the stars, where families gathered to witness the rites, clutching their loved ones close, their hearts pounding in anticipation. They spoke of the festival of Saturnalia, a time of feasting and revelry, where the lines between master and servant blurred, yet the underlying tension of sacrifice remained a constant reminder that joy was often paved with sacrifice. The ghostly figures of those ancient worshippers seemed to rise from the earth, their hopes and fears swirling around the archaeologists like a thick fog. Among the ruins, they sometimes caught glimpses of shadowy forms, flickers of movement that made the hairs on their arms stand on end. It was as though the past was not quite finished with them yet. The spirits of the sacrificial sites lingered, urging the living to remember their rituals of faith. As more artifacts emerged, the story of each sacrifice unfolded. Long-forgotten inscriptions carved into the stone revealed the names of the devoted, their cries for mercy still echoing through time. The archaeologists found clay tablets with prayers scratched into their surfaces, words of love and desperation mingling with the dust of centuries. Each piece unearthed added another layer to the complex tapestry of devotion, pain, and the hope that lay at the heart of worship dedicated to Saturn. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled like the roar of ancient gods, the team gathered around a small fire amid the ruins. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, casting shadows that danced like specters upon the weathered stone. A sudden wind swept through the site, sending shivers down their spines, as if the very air shared in their awe. It was in that moment that a heavy silence fell over them. They felt the palpable weight of the past pressing down, urging them to remember that each excavation was not merely about stones and bones. It was an invitation to honor those who had come before, to recognize the sacred nature of the sacrifices made in the name of survival and devotion. The night deepened, and the rain began to fall, rhythmically tapping against the ancient stones. It became a song, a lament that joined the whispers of the past. As they sat there, the archaeologists were struck by the realization that the sacrifices had transcended time. They were not merely remnants of history, but echoed in the hearts of the living, a reminder of the fragile dance between life and death. In that sacred space, surrounded by the shadows of worshippers long gone, they understood that the archaeology of sacrificial sites was not just about the artifacts. It was about the enduring human spirit, forever yearning for connection, understanding, and the favor of the divine. As the fire crackled and the rain fell harder, the connection to Saturn grew stronger, an electric current of emotion binding past and present. Each heartbeat resonated with the echo of ancient chants, a reminder that the cycle of sacrifice was unbroken, a thread woven through the fabric of humanity, urging them to dig deeper, to listen closer, to honor the echoes of the past that still whispered in the night. The The night sky glimmers with stars, each pinprick of light whispering ancient tales to those who pause to listen. Among these celestial bodies, one planet stands out, cloaked in rings that shimmer like a crown. Saturn evokes awe and fear, a symbol of time's relentless march, of harvests and the inevitable cycle of life and death. As the moon waxes and wanes, stories echo across cultures, blending the threads of myth and history into a tapestry that connects humanity across ages and geographies. In ancient Rome, Saturn was more than a god. He was the embodiment of time. Citizens would gather during the festival of Saturnalia, a raucous celebration filled with feasting and revelry. The harsh rules of the world were turned upside down. Slaves became masters, and masters served their slaves, if only for a moment. Laughter filled the streets as people rejoiced in the idea that, even if only fleetingly, the shackles of time could be broken. Every toast to Saturn was a toast to freedom, to a brief escape from the confines of responsibility. Yet, Saturn's counterpart, the Greek god Cronus, loomed over this festivity with a darker shadow. Cronus, the Titan, was known for his grim act of devouring his own children, fearing that one day they would overthrow him. This horrific tale sparked an unsettling question. What cost does the passage of time demand? The fear that once gripped Cronus echoes in modern hearts. Time does not forgive, and its relentless advance can consume. Far to the east, the ancient Hindu texts tell tales of Shani, the personification of Saturn. In the sacred lore of India, Shani is a complex figure, both feared and revered. Astrology intertwines with daily life. Shani's position in the sky can shape destinies. A whispered name can stir emotions deeply rooted in the psyche. People perform rituals to appease him, anxious to soften his influence, as they believe his gaze can bring misfortune or delay success. On Saturday, a day sacred to Shani, people fast, lighting oil lamps to seek favor. The glowing flames flicker like hope, illuminating the shadows of doubt and fear. Across the oceans, the Mayans worshipped the planet as well. They saw Saturn, or the star that is not a star, as a harbinger of change. The ancient civilization tracked its movements with astonishing precision, aligning their agricultural cycles around its appearance. The planet's journey in the night sky was not just a celestial event. It was a call to the earth, reminding farmers of the rhythm of seasons, of sowing and reaping. They believed that Saturn's presence could influence the rains and crops, life and death intertwined in a cosmic dance. In the depths of the African continent, the Dogon people of Mali held fascinating knowledge of the heavens, including Saturn, which they referred to as the star of the past. Their cosmology intertwined with their spiritual beliefs. To them, Saturn was linked to the wisdom of ancestors, a reminder of where one came from and the lessons that history offers. The Dogon tell stories of beings from the Sirius star system who taught them about the universe, including the planetary bodies that govern life on Earth. The wisdom of the past weighed heavily on their shoulders, pressing them to honor it through rituals and songs that echoed through generations. In the heart of the Norse mythos, Saturn finds a place as well, through the figure of Odin, the All-Father, the keeper of wisdom and knowledge. Time was a malleable force in Norse belief, and Odin's pursuit of knowledge often led him to sacrifice, even to the depths of death itself. The tale of Odin hanging from Yggdrasil, the world tree, for 9 nights to gain enlightenment is a stark reminder of the sacrifices linked to understanding time and fate. For the Norse, Saturn was intertwined with the cycles of the seasons, the struggles of humanity against the inevitability of fate. As the sun rises, illuminating the stories woven into the fabric of cultures, it becomes clear that Saturn, in all its forms, reflects more than just the celestial body orbiting our sun. It embodies the fears, hopes, and dreams of civilizations. It is a reminder of time's power, of the fragility of life, and the inevitability of change. The shared reverence across cultures reveals a universal truth. No matter where one is from, the passing of time is a constant companion, shaping destinies, weaving stories, and connecting hearts. Yet, as the shadows of Saturn draw near, the question lingers in the air. What does it mean to confront time itself? The laughter of Saturnalia, the rituals to appease Shani, and the cries of the Mayan farmers all point to a collective desire to understand and perhaps conquer the very nature of existence. In this swirling dance of myth and reality, the emotional weight of Saturn's many counterparts brings forth an unsettling yet profound truth. Humanity has always looked to the stars for guidance, for meaning, and for solace. As each culture grapples with its own interpretations of Saturn, their stories intertwine like the rings of the planet, creating a cosmic narrative that resonates with each heartbeat. Every festival, every ritual, every moment of reflection on the passage of time is an echo of a deeper quest. These cultural reflections serve as a mirror, drawing forth the fears and hopes that reside within us all. What lies ahead? What sacrifices are we willing to make? As night falls once more and the stars emerge from the veil of dusk, the stories of Saturn beckon the curious and the brave, promising revelations that linger on the threshold of understanding. In the quiet moments between breaths, one can almost hear the whispers of time, urging all to remember that the dance of Saturn is far from over. The air crackled with an electric anticipation as the ancient Roman streets buzzed with excitement. The cold, crisp air filled with the scent of evergreens and spiced wine. Torches flickered in the darkening sky, their warm glow casting shadows that danced against the stone walls of humble homes. It was the time of Saturnalia, a festival that marked not just the winter solstice, but a profound celebration of renewal and hope. Among the laughter and merriment, there was a pulse of something deeper, an echo of traditions that had survived the centuries, reminding everyone that even in the darkest days of winter, light would return. Saturn, the god of agriculture and time, held a revered place in the hearts of the people. Each year, they honored him by turning their lives upside down for a week of unrestricted revelry. Social norms were cast aside, and the rigid hierarchy of society melted like frost beneath the sun. Slaves were treated as equals, and feasting replaced toil, a joyous reminder that every life, no matter how humble, deserved a chance to breathe and revel in joy. The laughter that echoed through the streets was a sound of liberation, a celebration not just of the harvest, but of life itself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the celebration grew more fervent. Families gathered around tables overflowing with food, roasted meats, honey cakes, and fruits of every color. They raised their goblets high in toast to the returning light, to Saturn, and to one another. "This is not just a feast," an elder proclaimed, his voice rich and deep, "but a promise that we will endure. The darkest night will always give way to dawn." The words hung in the air, a reminder that from death comes life, and from darkness comes light. The winter solstice was not merely a time of festivity. It was a reminder etched in the cosmos itself. The days were slowly inching back toward the sun, a dance that had been observed for millennia. Ancient civilizations, from the Egyptians to the Celts, marked this celestial phenomenon with rituals that honored the balance between light and dark. The sun's return was not just a cosmic event. It was a powerful symbol of renewal, echoing through time and space. In far-off corners of the earth, people gathered to light bonfires, their flames reaching skyward, a connection to the divine. As the fire crackled and popped, it whispered secrets of ages past, a reminder of the cycles of life. In those moments, as the flames illuminated faces filled with hope, the sense of unity was palpable. Each person present shared a story, a memory, a wish for the new year. In a quiet corner of a bustling city, a young girl stood at the edge of a gathering, her bright eyes wide with wonder. Her family had fallen on hard times, and the weight of loss sat heavy on her heart. But here, amidst the joy and laughter, she felt something shift within her. She listened intently as a group of older women shared tales of Saturnalia from their youth. Their voices danced through the air, each story a thread weaving a tapestry of resilience and strength. They spoke of how, in their darkest times, the warmth of this festival had rekindled their spirits, igniting a fire of hope that had carried them through winter's chill. As night unfurled its cloak over the world, the atmosphere thickened with emotion. The cries of merchants hawking their wares, the laughter of children chasing each other through the streets, all mingled together, creating a symphony of life. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and for the briefest of instants, everyone felt connected to something greater than themselves. The festival reached its zenith as the midnight bell tolled. The air vibrated with expectancy as families and friends gathered in the public squares, where a colossal statue of Saturn gleamed under the moonlight. They approached him with offerings, wreaths of laurel, honey, and wine, symbols of gratitude and hope. As they placed their gifts before the statue, they whispered their wishes into the night, a chorus of hopes rising to the heavens. Yet, beneath the surface of this joyous gathering, an undercurrent of tension stirred. A young man, watching from the edges, felt a weight pressing on his chest. His heart raced as he recalled whispers of a dark winter that loomed ahead, one that threatened to snuff out the light before it had a chance to return. He clenched his fists, feeling a mix of fear and determination. He understood now that renewal required struggle, a battle against despair that loomed like a shadow. The festival's energy surged, igniting a fire within him. He took a step forward, drawn by the infectious spirit that surrounded him. The laughter, the songs, the sense of belonging pulled him closer to the fray. As he joined the throng, he felt the warmth of bodies pressing against him, their collective joy pushing back against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, he realized that he was not alone in his fears. They were shared. Together, they could face whatever lay ahead. Around the statue of Saturn, the crowd erupted into song, their voices harmonizing in a jubilant melody that soared through the night. It was a declaration of defiance against the cold and the darkness, a testament to their shared hope. The young man closed his eyes and let the music wash over him, lifting him higher and higher until he felt as if he might take flight. Outside the city, on the distant hills, the first hints of dawn began to appear. The darkness was retreating, just as it always had. The stars twinkled one last time before fading into the light, and the earth itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The festival would soon come to an end, but the promise of a new beginning lingered. Each note, each laugh, each whispered wish built the bridge between what was lost and what was yet to come. As the celebrations rippled outward, reaching every corner of the land, hearts began to beat in unison, a powerful reminder that renewal was not just a concept but a lived experience. Each person, from the wealthiest patrician to the lowliest servant, was part of this sacred moment, intricately woven into the fabric of life itself. The flames of the bonfires crackled louder, the warmth spreading through the crowd, igniting hope anew. And in the distance, the promise of the returning sun began to break through the horizon, a golden awakening that would guide them into the new year, into the next chapter of their lives. The festival of Saturnalia, with all its chaos and beauty, was not just an end, but a beginning, a symbol of renewal that would echo through the ages, uniting past and future in a dance as old as time itself. In the flickering glow of torches, shadows danced across the stone walls, whispering secrets of a time long past. The air was thick with anticipation and the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meats, honeyed cakes, and spiced wine. It was a night where the veil between the mortal and divine seemed to thin, where laughter and revelry intertwined with the sacred, and where the boundaries of reason dissolved amid the joyous chaos of the feast. This was the banquet of Saturn, a celebration steeped in history and imbued with ritual significance, where every bite, every toast, and every shared glance held the weight of tradition. As the guests arrived, cloaked in vibrant robes and adorned with garlands of ivy and laurel, their faces glinted with excitement. They exchanged greetings, their voices mingling like a symphony, some deep and resonant, others light and airy, all harmonizing in a cacophony of joy. The festival was a tribute to Saturn, the ancient god of sowing and seed, ushering in the winter solstice. It was a moment when the earth paused, a time for reflection and renewal, where the cycle of life began anew. At the center of the hall stood a magnificent table, laden with an abundance of food. Platters overflowed with delicacies, pomegranates bursting with juice, nuts glistening in honey, and fish caught fresh from the nearby river. The sight alone was enough to evoke a sense of wonder, But it was the ritualistic aspect of this feast that sent shivers down the spines of those seated around the table. Each dish represented a prayer, a tribute to the gods who sustained them, a way to honor the land that provided for them. As the first course was served, a profound silence enveloped the room. The high priest raised his goblet, its surface shimmering under the torchlight. With a voice that resonated like the distant rolling of thunder, he began to chant ancient invocations. The words, though foreign to many, wrapped around the listeners like a warm embrace, grounding them in a history that spoke of unity and gratitude. The guests, hearts pounding with reverence, lifted their own goblets high, mirroring the priest's gestures. The clinking of ceramic against metal rang out, a sound both celebratory and solemn, a reminder of their shared existence and their collective hopes. As the evening unfolded, the feast became more than just a meal. It morphed into a montage of emotional exchanges. Laughter erupted as a bard stepped forward, his lute in hand, weaving tales of heroes and gods. The music swelled, a joyous tide that swept everyone up in its currents. Faces painted with delight, the guests danced, twirling under the ancient beams of the dining hall. They celebrated not just Saturn but the bonds of friendship and family that had withstood the test of time. But amid the laughter, there were moments of hushed reflection. Eyes turned toward the flickering flames of the hearth, where shadows played tricks, conjuring memories of those who had come before. Their ancestors who had gathered in similar feasts, who had celebrated in the face of uncertainty. Each guest held their past tightly, honoring it in their hearts with every bite of bread and sip of wine. The bittersweet taste of nostalgia lingered on their tongues, a reminder of the fragility of life and the beauty of remembrance. As the night grew older, the feast intensified. The meats, now glazed and fragrant, were served alongside dishes seasoned with spices from lands far away. The flavors exploded in the mouth, igniting a fire that mirrored the passion within the gathered souls. Stories flowed as freely as the wine, each person sharing tales of triumph and trial, of love lost and found. In this moment, they transcended their individual lives, becoming part of a greater tapestry woven through shared experiences and collective memory. The atmosphere buzzed with an electric energy, a palpable reminder that this banquet was a sacred communion. It was not just an act of filling their bellies. It was a ritual, a way to connect with the divine, to invoke Saturn's blessings for the coming year. As the final course arrived, an extravagant dessert of honeyed figs and spiced wine, there was a shift in the air. The high priest, now with a sense of urgency, stood once more, his face illuminated by the warm glow of the fire. "Let us remember," he intoned, his voice powerful and commanding. "This banquet is not merely for our enjoyment. It is a testament to our resilience, our unity, and our pledge to honor the cycles of life." With each word, he pulled them deeper into the fabric of their history, igniting flames of emotion that flickered within each heart. A shared understanding passed among them, a silent promise to carry forth the traditions that bound them together, to never forget the significance of this night. And as the final goblet was raised, the laughter transformed into a harmonious chant, a melody that resonated with the pulse of the earth itself. It rippled through the hall, wrapping around them like a warm blanket, binding them to one another and to the spirit of Saturn. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, and the boundaries of the mortal world faded into the background, leaving only the intoxicating essence of life, love, and the promise of tomorrow. With eyes glistening and hearts full, they feasted into the night, unaware of the threads weaving them closer together. A tapestry of history, spirituality, and human connection. The banquet was not merely an event to be marked on a calendar. It was a living, breathing celebration of existence itself, a reminder of what it truly meant to be alive. As the last remnants of the feast lingered in the air, an unmistakable sense of anticipation hung over the gathering, hinting at the next chapter of their shared story. The flames crackled softly, and the shadows whispered tales yet untold, echoing the heartbeat of a people united in their past and hopeful for their future. In the flickering light of ancient fires, the air thick with the scent of spices and the murmur of voices, a figure emerged from the shadows. The god Saturn, once a powerful deity of agriculture and wealth, now standing at a crossroads of belief and tradition. His face, weathered by time, bore the marks of countless transformations. Echoes of worshippers passed lingering in the air like ghostly whispers. Saturn had seen it all. The rise and fall of civilizations, the dance of empires, the merging of souls and spirits in a tapestry of devotion. As the Roman Republic shifted into the sprawling empire, the character of Saturn began to change. He was no longer just the harbinger of harvests. He became a symbol of time, of cycles, of rebirth. The festival of Saturnalia, a wild eruption of joy and chaos, painted the streets with laughter and celebration. The boundaries of social class blurred, and for a moment, everyone was equal beneath the watchful eyes of the god who had once devoured his own children. It was a time when Saturn was not merely worshipped but adored. A time when the laughter of children mixed with the clinking of goblets filled with wine, and love flowed like the rivers that nourished the earth. Yet, as the empire expanded, so did the myriad influences that washed over the traditions of Saturn. The vibrant cultures of conquered lands, with their own gods and beliefs, began to weave their threads into the fabric of Roman life. The Greeks had their Cronus, a figure who held dominion over time and fate, and soon, Saturn began to wear this new face. The tales of his lineage intertwined with those of other gods, crafting a personality that was both familiar and foreign, a patchwork of shared mythology that resonated across borders. In the streets of Rome, Saturn transformed from an ancient deity into a more complex symbol of reconciliation and unity. As the whispers of the East reached the empire, the figure of Saturn adapted, absorbing the essence of local beliefs and rituals. The god, once feared for his insatiable appetite, was now also seen as a protector, a guardian of the harvest and a figure of benevolent authority. The rhythms of festivals changed, infusing Saturn's essence with new life as the boundaries of faith began to dissolve, allowing the sacred practices of various cultures to blend seamlessly. Communities gathered under the watchful gaze of Saturn, spirits mingling, hearts beating in unison. The festival of Saturnalia became a melting pot of traditions, where the joyous chaos of revelry met the solemnity of ritual. The laughter of children echoed alongside the chants of devoted followers, all united by a shared reverence for the god who had somehow become everyone's god. The streets were alive, not just with the sounds of celebration, but with an undercurrent of hope, a hope that in this fleeting moment, all was possible. But beneath the surface of joy lay a tension, a reminder that change often comes with sacrifice. As new gods entered the pantheon, Saturn faced challenges he had never known. The rise of Christianity, with its promises of salvation and eternal life, began to cast shadows over the ancient practices. The whispers of the early Christians spoke of a single, all-powerful God, and the rituals dedicated to Saturn seemed to lose their luster. The struggle for hearts and minds intensified, and the once mighty Saturn found himself adapting once more, shifting to fit the new narratives that sought to define spirituality. In the twilight of the empire, Saturn's essence began to fracture and reform. He became a symbol of nostalgia, a representation of a once great past that was slipping through the fingers of those who still held him dear. People clung to the remnants of their traditions, yearning for the familiar comfort of ancient rites amidst the overwhelming tide of change. Saturn transformed yet again, becoming a ghost of memory, a wistful symbol of the long-lost bonds of community and celebration. The rituals continued, albeit in altered forms. Saturn's name lingered on the lips of the faithful, but there was a new weight to it. The echoes of his festivals were tinged with a bittersweet longing, as the people sought to reconcile their past with an uncertain future. The laughter was softer now, a melody of remembrance woven through the fabric of everyday life. Saturn stood as a bridge between the old and the new, a reminder that faith could be both a sanctuary and a battleground. As centuries rolled on, the influence of Saturn didn't wane. It merely shifted. The god found new life in the folklore and customs of the people, taking root in the hearts of those who remembered the warmth of the harvest festivals. He became a figure of folklore, a story to tell around the fire, a spirit that danced through the seasons. The stories of Saturn intermingled with the tales of saints and martyrs, creating a rich tapestry of belief that transcended time. In the distant echoes of a world that was both ancient and new, Saturn remained a figure of deep emotional resonance. His adaptability made him a testament to the human spirit, how we cling to our traditions, how we find solace in the familiar even as the winds of change blow through our lives. In the eyes of the people, Saturn transformed once again, not just as a god, but as a reflection of their own struggles, their hopes, and the unyielding desire for connection. As dusk fell, casting long shadows across the land, Saturn lingered in the hearts of those who whispered his name. The delicate balance of faith hung in the air, a reminder that belief is not static but a living, breathing entity, ever evolving through the ages. The stories interwove like the roots of an ancient tree, each new layer grounding the old, anchoring it to the soil of collective memory. And so Saturn adapted, not just to survive but to thrive, embodying the essence of resilience and hope that beats in the heart of humanity, echoing into the unknown future that awaited just beyond the horizon. In the flickering shadows of the ancient Roman Forum, the air was thick with anticipation and a suffocating tension. As the crowd gathered, their murmurs blending into a single, restless hum. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an eerie glow that transformed the marble columns into ghostly sentinels watching over a profound act. Today was not just any day. Today, the Romans prepared to witness a ritual that would send shivers down the spine of even the bravest warrior, a human sacrifice. It was a spectacle, not merely an act of devotion, but an embodiment of the very essence of Roman culture, where faith, fear, and fervor intertwined. As the priests donned their ceremonial garb, the crowd pressed closer, faces illuminated with a mix of horror and fascination. This was not just a moment in time. It was a glimpse into the soul of a civilization that believed its survival hinged on appeasing gods far more powerful than mere mortals. At the center of this storm stood a chosen victim, trembling not only from fear but from the overwhelming weight of history resting upon their shoulders. The Romans had long believed that the blood of the innocent could cleanse their sins, ensure victory in battle, and bring prosperity to their beloved city. Each sacrifice was a whisper of hope against the chaos of a tumultuous world. Onlookers clutched their children tightly, their eyes wide with a mixture of dread and curiosity. Would this sacrifice bring them the favor of Mars, the god of war? Would it promise a bountiful harvest or protect the city from the encroaching threats of barbarian tribes? For them, every drop of blood spilled was a prayer, a desperate plea to the divine. The emotional stakes were unbearable, throbbing like the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. Among them stood a mother, her heart aching not just for the victim but for the lost innocence of her own children, a haunting reminder of what life could demand. As the ritual unfolded, the atmosphere shifted. The chants of the priests became a powerful incantation, reverberating through the crowd, stirring a collective consciousness steeped in ancient tradition. Each word carried the weight of centuries, a thread binding the present to the past. The sacrifice was both a culmination of individual fate and a reflection of societal values, an echo of every battle fought, every empire built, and every life lost. The Romans, proud of their military achievements, often turned to sacrifice as a means to secure their dominance. It was a practice that called into question the very nature of humanity, a paradox where life and death danced in an agonizing embrace. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in Rome shifted subtly. The sacrifice echoed in the hearts of the citizens, filling them with a sense of unity and purpose. The streets pulsed with an energy that was palpable. Neighbors shared tales of the ritual, recounting the details with fervor. "Did you see the way the sun hit the altar?" they would whisper, eyes wide with awe. Surely, the gods were smiling upon us. They found solace in the belief that the act had turned the tides, that the gods had been appeased, and that Rome would flourish. Yet, beneath this facade of unity lay an undercurrent of unease. Some questioned the morality of such acts. What price must be paid for prosperity? As the months rolled on, whispers of dissent began to echo in the alleyways and taverns. Intellectuals and philosophers started to challenge the long-held beliefs of their forefathers. Is it right to spill innocent blood for our gain? They pondered over goblets of wine. The seeds of doubt were sown, but the roots of tradition ran deep, entwined with the very fabric of Roman identity. The clash between faith and reason became a silent war waged in the hearts of the citizens, brewing beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to erupt. The tension reached its pinnacle during the festival of Lupercalia, a time of revelry and wild abandon. The air was thick with laughter and the scent of wine, but a dark shadow loomed over the festivities. As couples danced under the moonlight, the underlying question remained: was the blood of the recent sacrifice enough to ensure their happiness? The ritual had become a double-edged sword. While it brought temporary relief, it also reinforced fears of divine retribution for any missteps. In this cycle of sacrifice, Rome walked a fine line between reverence and rebellion, with every citizen teetering on the brink of devotion and doubt. Then came the day when a great general returned victorious from battle, his troops parading through the streets. The city erupted in celebration, yet in the back of many minds lingered the price of that victory, a price often paid in blood. The general, draped in laurel wreaths, was hailed as a hero, but the cheers rang hollow for some. They knew the cost of his triumph was not merely the enemies slain, but also the toll of lives lost in the name of glory. As night fell, the fires of celebration illuminated faces marked with conflicting emotions. Joy and sorrow intertwined like the flames licking the air. The sacrifices continued, each one a ritual deeply ingrained in the psyche of Rome, yet they began to take on new meanings. No longer were they merely offerings. They became symbols of a society grappling with its conscience. As the years passed, the fires of debate flickered brighter. Voices of dissent grew stronger, where once only silence prevailed. We are not just subjects of the gods, they would say, but architects of our own fate. Then came the moment that would forever alter the course of Roman history. A devastating plague swept through the city. In the chaos, the cries for sacrifice grew louder, fueled by desperation. Families turned to the ancient rites, hoping for salvation through blood. The priests, sensing the rising tide of fear, prepared for larger and more elaborate sacrifices, believing that only through greater offerings could the wrath of the gods be appeased. As the people gathered once more, they were no longer just participants. They had become a living testament to the struggle of their era, a vivid portrayal of hope clashing with despair. The streets, once filled with laughter, now echoed with sobs and prayers, weaving a tapestry of emotion that defined a civilization in turmoil. The weight of history bore down upon them, and as the ritual began, a singular thought coursed through the crowd. Could the blood of one, if spilled, truly save many? It was a question that would linger in the hearts of the Romans, fueling their collective narrative, binding them together in the most profound and unsettling way imaginable. The bonfire crackled under a sky smeared with stars, casting flickering shadows that danced on faces young and old. The air was thick with anticipation, a silence pregnant with stories yet to be told. Those gathered around the flames leaned closer, their eyes wide with wonder, as they prepared to hear tales that had echoed through the ages. They were about to hear of sacrifices made, lives lost, and the heavy weight such legends carried, a burden etched in the fabric of their culture. In ancient societies, the narrative of sacrifice wove through the tapestry of existence, binding communities together in shared pain and reverence. The Aztecs, for instance, believed their sun god needed nourishment, and the only offering worthy of sustaining the celestial body was human life. The slice of obsidian blades against skin was not merely an end. It was a beginning, a ritual to ensure the sun would rise each day, a promise that life would flourish. With every beating heart that was silenced, there was an unspoken agreement, a pact between the heavens and the earth that left echoes of fear and devotion. Yet, as the flames danced, so too did the myths surrounding these sacrificial rituals. Were they acts of piety or tools of control? The Inca Empire, with its majestic mountains and intricate cities, engaged in similar practices. The young girls, known as chosen women, were offered to the mountains, believed to be the earthly form of their gods. Clad in vibrant textiles, they were whisked away to high altitudes, where they would become eternal offerings. The sight of their innocent faces, frozen in time, remains haunting, stirring emotions still raw and visceral. Were those ancient trees witnesses to the horrors of blood spilled upon the earth in the name of belief? The trees stood silent, their roots deep in secrets, yet the tales of loss wound around them like ivy. With every heartbeat, the chilling realization struck that these sacrificial stories were not confined to the past. They echoed in the halls of modernity, resurfacing in the narratives woven by those seeking power. The mayhem of the French Revolution, which painted the streets red with blood, saw the guillotine become a symbol of sacrifice turned grotesque. The cries of the innocent mingled with the roars of the angry masses demanding justice, and in that chaos, the line between martyr and victim blurred. The notion of sacrifice morphed into something darker, a weapon wielded by the powerful to manipulate the weak. Beneath the flickering firelight, the crowd held their breath, entranced by the tales spilling forth. They felt the weight of these stories pressing down on them, igniting a fire within their own souls. The sacrifice of the past demanded reflection. What price would they pay for their beliefs? Would they be willing to stand at the edge, staring into the abyss, just as those before them had done? The warmth of the flames could not shield them from the coldness of such thoughts. To hear of the first martyr, Saint Stephen, was to glimpse both valor and vulnerability. Stoned to death for his beliefs, he transformed into a beacon of faith, a testament to the human spirit's resilience. Yet even his story flickered with uncertainty. Was his death the ultimate sacrifice or a tragic end, leaving behind a legacy that would be twisted through the ages? The lines of sacrifice intertwined with heroism and despair, each thread a reminder of the complexity of human nature. The darkness deepened as the stories shifted from the sacred to the grotesque. The gladiators of ancient Rome, thrust into the arenas with the roar of the crowd echoing like thunder, became unwilling sacrifices for the entertainment of the masses. The clashing of swords, the cries for mercy, it was a brutal dance of life and death. Yet would they be remembered as heroes or merely pawns in a game played by those seated far above? Each fallen warrior carried the hopes and dreams of a family, their sacrifice tainted by the bloodlust of a society yearning for spectacle. As the last embers of the fire began to fade, the tales continued their relentless grip on the hearts of the listeners, the shadows stretching long across the ground. The stories of sacrifice lingered in the air, heavy and poignant. Each tale served as a reminder that history was not a series of isolated events but a continuous thread, a tapestry woven with the lives of those who had come before and those yet to come. The crowd was left with the question: would they repeat the mistakes of their ancestors or forge a new path of understanding? In that sacred moment, the unbroken circle of storytelling continued, morphing into a reflection of not just the past but the present and future. The flicker of the fire now mirrored the flicker of hope in their hearts, a reminder that while the shadows of sacrifice could be dark, they also illuminated the strength and resilience of the human spirit. Each sacrifice told was not an end but an invitation to examine the intricacies of love, loss, and the boundaries of belief. The fire might die, but the stories would continue, an unending cycle of reflection, revealing the eternal dance between victim and victor. The air was thick with anticipation as shadows danced across the ancient stone streets of Rome. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden rays that seemed to ignite the very walls of the city, once dominated by temples and statues of gods long forgotten. A whisper flowed through the cobbled lanes. A change was coming. This was a time when the very fabric of belief was woven tight, yet threads of something new began to unravel. Saturn, the mighty god of agriculture, once held dominion over the people, his presence synonymous with bounty and harvest. But beneath the earthy glow of his festival, a tide was rising, one that would sweep away the old ways like leaves in the autumn wind. The people, caught in the grip of tradition, felt a faint tremor beneath their feet, a stirring of unease mixed with intrigue. In the bustling marketplaces, merchants hawked their wares, vibrant fabrics fluttering like the banners of old. Beneath the vibrant chatter, however, a murmur of discontent began to simmer. Families would gather in homes filled with the scent of bread and herbs, recounting tales of Saturnalia, the festival that brought joy and feasting. Yet, some spoke in hushed tones of a new light, a savior born in a humble manger, whose teachings promised salvation from the darkness they now felt creeping into their lives. On the eve of Saturnalia, as laughter echoed through the streets, a flicker of uncertainty shadowed the faces of the revelers. Children danced in the flickering torchlight, their innocence a stark contrast to the heavy hearts of their parents, who sensed a shift they couldn't yet name. The temple of Saturn stood proudly, a symbol of their heritage, yet cracks began to show not just in its stones, but in the faith of the people who worshipped there. As the festival reached its peak, a lone figure appeared at the edge of the gathering, bathed in the golden glow of candlelight. It was a Christian missionary, eyes alight with fervor, speaking words that rolled like thunder against the backdrop of laughter. "There is a new kingdom," he proclaimed, voice steady and sure, "a realm of love and hope, where no one is cast aside. Come and listen." The crowd, initially drawn to the energy of the gathering, now found themselves caught in a web of conflicting emotions. Some turned away, clutching their offerings to Saturn, unwilling to abandon their roots. But others, yearning for something more, stepped closer, drawn by the promise of a light that would shine brighter than the stars. In the shadows, old priests of Saturn watched with wary eyes, their hearts heavy with the weight of tradition. They could feel the ground shift beneath them as their deity's influence waned. In their temples, the scent of incense clung to the air, but now it mingled with a sense of loss. They clung to their rituals, the chants that had echoed through generations. But the whispers of a new faith echoed louder, igniting a battle for the very souls of the people. The tension crackled in the air like a storm on the horizon. Families began to divide, conversations growing heated. "What if this new way could offer us more?" one father pleaded to his son. "What if it could bring healing to our land?" But the old ways were deeply entrenched. To some, to abandon Saturn was to abandon their heritage. They felt the roots of their identity tugging painfully at their hearts. And yet, under the surface, something beautiful began to bloom. A community of believers formed, quietly gathering in homes to share stories of hope, of miracles, of a man who healed the sick and fed the hungry. They spoke of love that transcended fear, a grace that welcomed all, regardless of their past. Those who had once been cast aside by society found a home among these believers, a warmth that embraced them like the sun breaking through the clouds. As the months passed, the struggle between the old and the new intensified. The great festivals once dedicated to Saturn began to lose their luster. The laughter and joy that had filled the streets now mingled with a somber realization. Change was inevitable. The followers of Christ grew bolder, their voices a clarion call amidst the shifting winds. They gathered in secret, lighting candles in defiance of the darkness, their hearts intertwined in a fierce bond of faith. One fateful night, as a storm rumbled in the distance, a group of Christians gathered in a hidden chamber beneath a crumbling villa. It was here they whispered fervent prayers, their voices mingling with the sound of rain against the earth. They could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, their resolve as strong as the stone that surrounded them. They understood that they were not just fighting for their beliefs. They were fighting for a future, a legacy that would one day replace the temples of Saturn with places of love and acceptance. But just as their faith began to blossom, the old guard struck back. The priests of Saturn rallied their followers, denouncing the Christians with fiery rhetoric. "They threaten our way of life," they shouted. "They are the harbingers of doom." The streets erupted in chaos, echoes of anger mingling with fear. A palpable tension hung in the air, a storm threatening to unleash its fury at any moment. On the eve of the next Saturnalia, the city stood divided. Torches flickered in the gathering dusk, illuminating faces that glimmered with joy on one side and grim determination on the other. It was a stark contrast, the joy of the festival against the somber weight of a threatened faith. As the night wore on, the lines were drawn deeper, and the clash between the old and the new loomed like dark clouds ready to break. In that moment of uncertainty, the essence of Saturn lingered, a haunting reminder of what once was. But the new faith rose like a phoenix from the ashes, a burning flame that would not be extinguished. The echoes of ancient chants intertwined with the soft whispers of hope, setting the stage for a transformation that would ripple through time. Those who gathered understood that they were standing at a crossroads. One path led to the comfort of the familiar, while another beckoned them into the unknown. With hearts pounding and voices lifted, they stepped into the fray, ready to challenge the darkness that loomed on the horizon. As the last remnants of Saturn's legacy began to fade, the air crackled with the promise of something profound, an awakening that would change the course of history. And in that moment, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of a new dawn, poised to embrace a future that shimmered with the light of hope. The cold marble of the Renaissance halls echoed with whispers of a dark, ancient tale, a tale that intertwined the fates of man and God. Shadows danced over the walls, flickering like the uncertain light of a candle, as the image of Saturn loomed larger and more haunting than ever in the minds of artists and patrons alike. Almost like an omen, the figure of Saturn, once feared and revered, began to stir anew in the imaginations of men who sought to shape their world through art. In the 16th century, as society grappled with the weight of human existence, Saturn morphed from a gloomy deity of time and harvest into a figure that stirred the emotions of the masses. No longer just a distant god devouring his own offspring, Saturn became a mirror reflecting the anxieties and aspirations of a generation yearning for meaning amidst chaos. Artists filled their canvases with this complex figure, drawing out a visceral connection that left viewers breathless. Consider the powerful works of the likes of Michelangelo and Caravaggio, men who danced on the edge of light and darkness, creating with fervor. In his majestic sculptures and frescoes, Michelangelo infused Saturn with raw emotion, portraying him not merely as a god, but as a symbol of the struggles of man against fate. The tension in his depiction was palpable. Saturn was not just consuming his children but wrestling with a profound sense of loss and inevitability. Every stroke, every chisel mark, spoke of the artist's own fears and desires, echoing the cries of an era that felt the weight of the world pressing down upon it. As if responding to the collective heartbeat of humanity, Caravaggio transformed the narrative with his tantalizing chiaroscuro, illuminating Saturn's dark side while simultaneously shedding light on the human experience. His brush captured the moment when Saturn, fraught with desperation, grasped for control, his eyes piercing through the canvas as if searching for solace. The raw emotion within those colors was magnetic. Viewers found themselves drawn into a dance of shadows and light, compelled to confront the darker corners of their own souls. It was not merely a reimagining of a mythological figure. It was an awakening. Patrons and artists alike were enraptured by the duality of Saturn, a being who could evoke both fear and compassion. The art was not just a reflection of mythology, but a canvas for the human struggle against inevitability, the relentless march of time, and the heartbreaking necessity of sacrifice. The stories were layered, each brushstroke a heartbeat, and the tension palpable, as the Renaissance sought to reconcile the old world's wisdom with the new world's possibilities. Gian Lorenzo Bernini, a master of sculpture, breathed life into Saturn in ways that made him almost human. In Bernini's works, the god's desperation felt tangible. His agony over what he must do took form in dramatic poses that seemed to leap from their pedestals. Saturn, once a distant deity, became a living, breathing figure, a father gripped by anguish, holding the weight of his choices upon his weary shoulders. Such artistry stirred not just admiration but a visceral empathy, as patrons were left gasping, almost feeling the pulse of the divine intertwined with their own lives. Echoes of Saturn's plight resounded through the halls of every gallery, every palace, inviting observers to confront their deepest fears. As art transformed, so too did the audience. The Renaissance gave birth to a new kind of viewer, one who no longer merely observed but felt, who understood that in the chaos of creation lay the essence of existence. The conversation shifted, and with it, Saturn's image morphed into a cautionary tale, a reminder of the cost of ambition and the shadows that lurk in the corners of the human heart. The emotional weight of Saturn's story surged through the vibrant colors and dramatic forms, compelling artists like Peter Paul Rubens to infuse their interpretations with a wild, almost frenetic energy. In his works, Saturn became a chaotic force, a whirlwind of motion and emotion that reflected the passion and tumult of the age. Every swirl of paint danced with life, invoking gasps from those who dared to look closely. The distant past now collided with the living present, and viewers felt the heat of passion, the chill of fear, and the sting of regret all at once. There was a current of danger in reinterpreting Saturn. The Renaissance was a time of upheaval, where the past was redefined in the wake of humanism. Artists found themselves navigating the treacherous waters of societal change, as the once sacred traditions began to fray. Saturn, with his dark legacy, became a potent symbol of this struggle, challenging viewers to embrace their humanity, with all its blemishes and glories. Just as the sun began to set over the bustling workshops and studios, the legacy of Saturn continued to ripple outwards, challenging each artist who dared to pick up a brush or a chisel. They felt the weight of his story in every act of creation, a haunting reminder that within the shadows lies the heartbeat of life itself. In every portrayal, the layers of mythology peeled back, revealing the fragile tapestry of human existence, woven with threads of hope, despair, love, and sacrifice. As the echoes of the Renaissance swirled around them, artists stood at the precipice of revelation, caught between the celestial and the earthly, the divine and the human. They painted Saturn not as a mere figure of myth, but as an embodiment of their own struggles, aspirations, and fears. Each artwork became a portal to understanding the eternal dance between creation and destruction, light and dark. With every brushstroke, the tension grew, igniting a passion that would transcend time itself. The stories of Saturn were not just tales of gods and men. They were the stories of us all. And as the Renaissance continued to unfurl its rich tapestry of art and emotion, the figure of Saturn loomed ever larger, a haunting reminder of the depths of the human experience. Each interpretation was but a step deeper into the labyrinth of existence, a testament to the relentless pursuit of understanding in a world filled with shadows. The night sky sparkles like a canvas splashed with diamonds, but one planet commands the gaze of the awestruck. Saturn, with its majestic rings, has long been a symbol of wonder and mystery, casting shadows and dreams across time. As the golden light glimmers, beneath it lies a rich tapestry of emotions and narratives that intertwine with human existence. It is not merely a celestial body. It is a character in the grand play of life, influencing art, music, and thought in ways that reverberate through the ages. In the quiet corners of a dimly lit room, a young artist sits before a blank canvas, the air thick with anticipation. Inspired by Saturn's hypnotic beauty, she paints with fervor, each stroke infused with the weight of history. Legends whisper of Saturn's role as a deity, a timekeeper, a harbinger of harvests, and a reminder of the cyclical nature of life. As she captures the swirling rings, her brush dances like the planets themselves, channeling emotions that are ancient yet fresh. The colors spill forth, each hue a heartbeat echoing the tales of civilizations that revered Saturn, from the Romans to the Greeks. Across the globe, in a bustling city alive with energy, a musician strums the strings of his guitar. The notes weave a haunting melody, a tribute to the enigmatic planet that has inspired countless songs. The rhythm swells, evoking the essence of Saturn, its grandeur, its solitude. The crowd, entranced, sways as if under the spell of the cosmic force. Saturn's influence filters through every chord, resonating with the very fabric of their emotions, reminding them of their own struggles, their own fleeting time. In the world of literature, Saturn casts a long shadow. Authors have long been captivated by the planet's symbolism. A celebrated novelist pens a tale of love and loss, drawing parallels between his characters' journeys and the slow, relentless orbit of Saturn. The characters' lives echo the planet's rings, beautiful, intricate, yet fragile. Readers find themselves lost in the pages, their hearts racing as they navigated the complexities of life, reminded that time, like Saturn's orbit, is inescapable and ever-present. Even in the realm of science fiction, Saturn serves as a beacon, a backdrop for adventures that stretch the limits of imagination. In a futuristic saga, a spaceship sails through its rings, a gleaming vessel propelled by dreams of exploration. The crew, a diverse mix of humanity, faces trials that test their resolve. Each challenge reflects Saturn's harsh beauty, a reminder that growth often comes from hardship. The narrative crackles with tension as they confront the unknown, embodying the spirit of discovery that has driven humankind for centuries. The gaming industry, too, has not escaped Saturn's magnetic pull. Players find themselves immersed in vast universes, crafting worlds inspired by the planet's enigmatic allure. In one game, Saturn is a central figure, a deity guiding the players through trials that mirror the challenges of life itself. As they navigate through pixelated rings and swirling storms, players feel the thrill of triumph and the sting of defeat, echoing the age-old struggles against time and fate. Saturn's impact stretches into fashion, where designers draw inspiration from its ethereal beauty. A renowned fashion show unfolds, models gliding down the runway adorned in flowing gowns that mimic the colors of the planet. A vibrant palette of gold, silver, and deep indigo. Each garment tells its own story, a narrative woven with the threads of history, mythology, and cosmic wonder. The audience watches, breathless, as the designs come alive, each piece a tribute to the mystique of Saturn. In the digital age, Saturn's symbolism has found a new home on social media. Influencers post vivid images of the planet, their captions swirling with philosophical musings about time, existence, and the universe. A simple hashtag becomes a rallying cry for those seeking to connect with something greater than themselves. Each post ignites a fire of curiosity, sparking conversations about our place in the cosmos and the legacies we'll leave behind. The likes and shares ripple through the virtual world, a testament to Saturn's modern-day allure. Amidst these vibrant expressions, there lies a darker thread, a sense of urgency woven through society's relationship with time. In a fast-paced world, Saturn, often associated with the passage of time, reminds humanity of its fleeting nature. A documentary captures this tension, juxtaposing the beauty of Saturn's rings with stories of people racing against the clock. Each heartbeat resonates, echoing the struggles against procrastination, regret, and the relentless march of time. The viewer feels a twinge of unease, a reminder that time is both a gift and a thief. In the realm of spirituality, Saturn has been embraced as a symbol of discipline, responsibility, and karma. A gathering unfolds in a serene park, where seekers share stories of lessons learned and personal growth. The conversation flows like a river, each story a reflection of Saturn's teachings. As they sit beneath the vast sky, they ponder the cosmic dance, recognizing that every challenge faced is a step towards enlightenment. The air hums with shared understanding, a community bound by the threads of Saturn's influence. As night falls, a group of friends gathers around a bonfire, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. They share tales of their dreams and fears, and as the stars twinkle above, the silhouette of Saturn looms large in their minds. The narrative turns to the future, where they envision a world shaped by the lessons of the past. Saturn becomes a symbol of hope, of a time when humanity embraces its interconnectedness, learning from one another, and paving the way for generations yet to come. In a quiet observatory nestled atop a hill, a scientist peers through a telescope, marveling at the majestic planet. Each observation is a step into the unknown, a quest for knowledge that resonates with every soul that has ever gazed at the stars. The scientist's heart races, a mix of excitement and humility, as they contemplate the vastness of the universe and their place within it. Saturn, with its magnificent rings, serves as a reminder that there is so much more beyond, an endless journey that beckons to be explored. Time stretches and bends, much like the rings of Saturn, as the stories weave together. Each narrative, each emotion, each fleeting moment, circles back to the planet that has captivated humanity for eons. The echoes of the past intertwine with the pulse of the present, creating a tapestry that speaks to the heart of existence. Saturn remains a powerful symbol, an eternal reminder of beauty, struggle, and the intricate dance of life itself. And just as the night falls and the stars awaken, so too does the story continue, endless and unyielding, drawing all who dare to dream into its embrace. In the flickering light of a dying fire, a young girl clutched her mother's hand tightly. Her heart raced as drums echoed through the night, a haunting rhythm that sent shivers down her spine. The air was thick with anticipation, a promise of something both sacred and terrifying. Tonight, they would offer a life, a sacrifice that would ensure the favor of their gods and a bountiful harvest. The girl had heard the elders speak of it, their voices heavy with reverence and fear. She could not understand why this was necessary, why the life of one must be surrendered for the good of many. But she understood the weight of tradition, the pressure that bound her people to their beliefs. Across the ancient world, from the sun-scorched deserts of Mesopotamia to the dense jungles of Mesoamerica, sacrifice was woven into the very fabric of civilization. It was more than a ritual. It was a psychological lifeline. The act of giving up something precious, be it a life, a possession, or even a portion of one's own spirit, was a way for communities to connect with their deities and with each other. Each sacrifice was a thread in the tapestry of their culture, binding individuals to a collective identity that could weather the storms of existence. As the drums intensified, the girl's imagination ran wild. What if the chosen one was not just some nameless figure but someone she knew? What if it was her best friend, the spirited boy with laughter like sunlight? The thought sent a wave of dread crashing over her. In that moment, she realized that the act of sacrifice had a ripple effect, extending beyond the immediate loss. It shaped the psyche of the survivors, embedding a mix of guilt, pride, and fear deep within their hearts. The elders, cloaked in robes of deep crimson, gathered at the altar. They were the gatekeepers of sacred knowledge, their faces etched with lines of worry and conviction. Each had made sacrifices in their lives, offering pieces of themselves in exchange for wisdom and status. They understood the burden of their roles, to stand as both leaders and conduits between mortals and the divine. As they began their chants, a palpable tension filled the air, a collective breath held in anticipation of what was to come. In the great temples of ancient Egypt, sacrifices took on monumental proportions. The act of mummification itself was a gift, a sacrifice of time and resources, intended to ensure that the deceased would have a place in the afterlife. Here, priests would spend years perfecting the art, believing that the soul's journey depended on the care taken in this final preparation. The psychological impact was profound. The living were instilled with a sense of duty, their lives a series of offerings meant to appease the gods, while the dead were assured a continued existence. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Aztec Empire, the stakes were raised to terrifying heights. The blood of captives spilled upon the stone slabs of the Templo Mayor was seen as a necessary offering, an act that connected the earthly realm with the celestial. For the Aztecs, the sun needed sustenance to rise each day. The ritual was not merely an act of violence. It was an expression of devotion, a desperate plea for survival in a world rife with uncertainty. Each victim, stripped of their agency, became a symbol of hope, a representation of the community's resilience in the face of adversity. The villagers back at the fire felt the weight of their ancestors' sacrifices in their bones. They honored their past with each whispered prayer, each offering of seeds and bread laid upon the altar. But beneath the surface, a conflict churned. They were expected to feel proud of their heritage, yet the ritual gnawed at their spirits. The girl felt it too, a conflict between reverence and horror. She sensed the expectation to celebrate the act while grappling with the profound loss that accompanied it. As night deepened, the chosen one was led forth, their face a mask of stoic acceptance. The girl's heart pounded as she watched, the rhythm of the drums now a frantic heartbeat. The act of sacrifice had transformed into a spectacle, drawing the gaze of the entire community. They shared in the collective anxiety, a mixture of awe and fear that coursed through the crowd. With each chant, they were reminded of their own insignificance in the grand scheme of existence, their lives mere threads in a vast tapestry. The chosen one stood tall, gripping the staff that symbolized their strength. A hero in their own right, they had volunteered for this destiny, believing that their sacrifice would bring peace and prosperity to their people. This belief was crucial. It turned the act from mere brutality into a powerful narrative, a story of bravery that would be told for generations. The crowd cheered, their voices rising in a wave of emotion, each shout a testament to the communal bond forged through shared beliefs and sacrifices. But amid the cheers, the girl felt a cold shiver dance along her spine. She could not help but wonder about the cost of this display. What toll would it take on their souls? How would the act shape their understanding of love, loss, and duty? In her heart, the question spiraled, echoing the complex interplay of sacrifice and identity that had defined her ancestors. Throughout history, the psychological impacts of sacrifice were layered and multifaceted. For some, it brought a profound sense of belonging and purpose, a way to contribute to something larger than themselves. For others, it instilled a lingering guilt that festered beneath the surface, an unshakable reminder of the lives taken to uphold tradition. The tension between these conflicting emotions created a volatile landscape, one that would shape the future of ancient societies for centuries to come. As the moment reached its climax, the crowd held its breath, eyes glued to the altar. The drums waned, replaced by a heavy silence that blanketed the night. In that moment, the girl realized that this sacrifice was not just a moment in time. It was a crucible of emotions, a forge that would shape the very essence of their community. And as the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, she understood that the effects of this night would ripple through generations, intertwining with the stories of those who would come after, never truly forgotten. When the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the bustling streets of Rome, laughter and music filled the air. The festival of Saturnalia was upon them, a time when the rigid rules of society softened and the spirits of the common folk soared. For a week, the city transformed into a riot of color and sound, where masters served their slaves, gifts exchanged hands, and everyone, no matter their station, indulged in the joys of life. This ancient celebration, dedicated to Saturn, the god of agriculture and time, echoed through history, leaving its mark on modern festivities in ways that still resonate today. As the echoes of those ancient drums reverberated through time, they shaped the very fabric of what it means to celebrate. Today, as confetti rains down on New Year's Eve or revelers dance under the vibrant lights of Mardi Gras, one can almost hear the whispers of Saturnalia in the background. There is a pulse in these gatherings, a heartbeat that thrums with centuries of tradition. The spirit of Saturn and the values he represented, liberty, joy, and the spirit of giving, continue to breathe life into modern festivals. Saturnalia wasn't merely a time of unrestrained joy. It was a celebration grounded in deep, historical roots. During this festival, the world turned upside down. For 7 days, the social order was disrupted. Slaves were honored as equals, and the wealthy shared their fortunes. Streets were filled with decorations made from greens and wreaths, resembling the lush fields that Saturn once tended. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and sweet cakes, and the sounds of revelry echoed late into the night. It was a time when the boundaries of everyday life blurred, allowing people to escape the mundane and embrace the extraordinary. This ancient festival's influence rippled across centuries. In modern-day celebrations, one can spot the familiar gestures: gift-giving, feasting, and even the playful chaos that accompanies Carnival or the joyous abandon of Christmas. The tradition of wearing masks during festivities, a staple of modern celebrations, traces back to the playful spirit of Saturnalia, where masks allowed revelers to shed their everyday identities and embrace a new freedom. The laughter that emerged from those festivities still dances through the streets today, a testament to a collective desire to escape reality, even if only for a moment. As the sun began to rise on the last day of Saturnalia, the bittersweet feeling of the end loomed heavy in the air. People embraced and exchanged heartfelt wishes for the new year, marking their time together with the promise of renewal. This emotional transition, the mingling of joy and a tinge of sorrow, is something that can also be felt at the close of modern festivals. The fireworks of New Year's Eve light up the sky, bursting in spectacular displays, much like the ancient bonfires that lit the night during Saturnalia, symbolizing the warmth of community and the anticipation of brighter days. In the heart of winter, when the world feels cold and dark, the spirit of Saturnalia brings light and warmth to the human experience. The exchange of gifts, which felt so natural to those ancient Romans, is mirrored today in countless festivities worldwide. The act of giving, of sharing joy and abundance with others, transcends time and speaks to a fundamental part of human nature, the desire to connect and celebrate life with those we hold dear. Consider how the spirit of Saturnalia weaves itself into the fabric of today's holiday traditions. Christmas, marked by its own festivities and familial gatherings, carries echoes of the old Roman festival. The festive feasts, the spirit of goodwill, and the joy of giving gifts all stem from those ancient days. The familiar image of Santa Claus, with his jolly laughter and generous spirit, is reminiscent of ancient figures who brought joy and abundance, much like Saturn himself, who ushered in the season of plenty. Even the modern concept of a New Year's resolution finds its roots in the festival of renewal that Saturnalia embodied. Just as the Romans looked forward to new beginnings and the promise of a fruitful year, people today reflect on their lives and set intentions for what lies ahead. The weight of the past is lifted during these celebrations, allowing individuals to embrace hope and possibility as they stand on the cusp of a fresh start. In the throes of festivities, emotions run high. The laughter shared during parades, the music resonating through the air, and the communal joy create a powerful bond among participants. This sense of togetherness mirrors the connection felt during the original Saturnalia, where strangers became friends and societal divisions melted away. The spirit of togetherness, of joy in shared experience, is a thread that links the past to the present, weaving a rich tapestry of celebration. As the drumbeats of modern festivities quicken, one can almost feel the pulse of history beneath it all. The playful spirit of Saturnalia dances in the vibrant colors of festival parades and the warmth of shared meals. The essence of those ancient celebrations, filled with laughter and joy, continues to infuse our lives with meaning. Each smile exchanged, every shared moment of joy, is a tribute to the age-old festival that taught humanity the importance of revelry, community, and the pure delight of being alive. The scene is set for every festival as modern-day revelers don their costumes and masks, channeling the spirit of Saturnalia. The air becomes electric with excitement as they gather to celebrate life, love, and the connections that bind them together. The echoes of laughter and music rise up, carrying the weight of history, reminding all who partake of their shared heritage. The essence of Saturn, freedom, joy, and community, lives on, a timeless flame lighting the path toward future celebrations. Even as the music fades and the last confetti drifts to the ground, the memory of those joyous days lingers, resonating in the hearts of all who have felt the magic of gathering together. The cycle of tradition continues, threads of the past woven seamlessly into the fabric of the present. Each festival stands as a testament to the enduring influence of Saturn, reminding everyone that, in the end, we are all participants in a story that is as old as time itself, a celebration of life that will never cease. In the flickering shadows of an ancient temple, the air thick with incense and anticipation, a lone figure stood before the altar, trembling yet resolute. The flicker of flames danced in their eyes, a reflection of the turmoil within. This was not just a moment. It was a crossroads of fate, a clash of beliefs that echoed through time. As the priest raised the ceremonial dagger, the weight of countless sacrifices hung heavily in the air, whispering the ages-old questions. Who deserves to live? Who must die? And what price must be paid for the greater good? In the ancient world, the act of sacrifice was sacred, woven into the very fabric of life. Civilizations like the Aztecs, the Greeks, and the Celts saw it as an offering to appease gods whose favor determined the harvest, health, and fortune of their people. The blood spilled on stone altars was believed to bridge the gap between the mortal and the divine. It wasn't merely a ritual. It was an expression of love, desperation, and a hope for mercy. The ancient Greeks, in their myths, portrayed heroes who sacrificed their lives for glory, intertwining honor with the blood of the fallen. The tales of Iphigenia, offered to the gods to ensure victory in war, reverberated with a haunting beauty, raising an unsettling question. Is there nobility in sacrifice, or is it merely a tragedy? Fast forward to the modern world, where the echoes of those ancient rituals still resonate, albeit in vastly different contexts. Today's ethics of sacrifice challenge the moral frameworks that once seemed so simple. In a world driven by science, technology, and individual rights, the notion of self-sacrifice is viewed through a complex lens. Can one truly justify sacrificing a life to save many others? The trolley problem, a philosophical thought experiment that sends shivers down the spine, forces individuals to grapple with the idea of choosing between lives, a single individual versus a group. The emotional turmoil, the heart-wrenching agony of making such choices, mirrors the anguish felt by those ancient figures standing before their altars, their hearts racing as they faced the gods. Consider the contemporary soldier, sent into the chaos of war, embodying the modern-day heroism of sacrifice. They venture into battle not just for glory but to protect their comrades and their homeland. Yet, as they charge into the fray, thoughts of family and loved ones linger like shadows. They carry the weight of history on their shoulders, a lineage of sacrifice that stretches back to the ancient warriors who believed their deaths would lead to a brighter future. But in a world of shifting morals, the question burns hotter. Is there sacrifice for a noble cause? Or is it a tragic consequence of a world still plagued by conflict? The notion of sacrifice extends beyond battlefields and ancient altars. It seeps into the lives of everyday people, from parents who toil endlessly for their children's futures to activists who risk everything for social justice. Each act of selflessness offers a glimpse into the spirit of sacrifice, yet modern perspectives often complicate these narratives. Is it altruism when it comes with expectations? The ancient world glorified sacrifice. Modernity often questions its sincerity. As the sun sets on ancient ruins, the dialogue between past and present grows louder. The languages of sacrifice have shifted, yet the core emotions remain unchanged. The cries of the sacrificed linger, echoing through history like a haunting melody. The ancient Greeks erupted in celebration when their sacrifices were accepted, while the modern world often grapples with guilt and doubt, unsure of the righteousness of their choices. The tension between ancient beliefs and modern morality fuels a fire, pitting duty against desire, the needs of the many against the rights of the few. In the midst of this turmoil, a mother stands at her child's bedside, the weight of her decision pressing down like a heavy stone. She reflects on the stories passed down through generations, tales of mothers whose sacrifices saved nations. Yet, in the 21st century, she questions the sanctity of such actions. Would her sacrifice truly lead to a better world? Or would it merely feed into an endless cycle of loss? The ancient temple, once a place of reverence, now feels like a distant echo, and she finds herself alone in a room filled with uncertainty. Back in that temple, as the dagger glints in the torchlight, the priest hesitates. Every life taken is a decision that cannot be undone, a whisper of the ancient wisdom that taught him the weight of sacrifice. The air grows thick with tension, as the cries of the past flood his mind, urging him to remember. A sacrifice isn't simply about the loss. It's about what is gained, the legacy left behind. The stories of those who gave everything radiate from the past into the present, illuminating the moral labyrinth that every person must navigate. In every heart lies a choice, a moment when the ethics of sacrifice come crashing together, demanding clarity amidst chaos. The ancient cry for sacrifice resonates in modern dilemmas. What is the cost of a life, and who bears the burden of such choices? The tension builds, a crescendo of emotion that binds together the ancient and the modern, pulling at the hearts of those who dare to ponder the weight of sacrifice, the grief, and the glory interwoven through time. As the flames flicker and dance, the walls of the temple seem to breathe with life, pulsing with the stories of ages past. Each flicker of light whispers ancient truths, as the ethical dilemmas of sacrifice continue to unfold, drawing ever closer to a reckoning that questions the very essence of humanity. What it means to give, what it means to lose, and what it means to hope. The night air hung heavy with anticipation, as flickering candle flames danced like restless spirits, illuminating the faces of those gathered in solemn tribute. Each flicker whispered tales of sacrifice, echoing the stories of loved ones lost, warriors fallen, and innocence claimed by the tides of history. In every corner of the world, from the ancient temples of the Mayans to the quiet parks of modern cities, rituals of remembrance provided a sacred space to honor those who paid the ultimate price. Across the globe, the Day of the Dead in Mexico was a vibrant celebration that defied the somber weight of grief. Families adorned altars with marigolds, sugar skulls, and photographs of their deceased. Laughter intermingled with tears as tales of the departed were recounted, a bittersweet melody of remembrance. Here, life and death were not enemies but intertwined companions. As children dashed around, faces painted like calicas, the air was thick with both joy and sorrow. They believed that the souls of the dead returned to dance among the living, a notion that permeated every heart. In Japan, the Obon festival brought with it a different kind of reverence. Lanterns floated on rivers and lit up the night sky, guiding ancestral spirits back to their resting places. The sound of taiko drums vibrated through the air, a heartbeat that connected generations. Families gathered to perform Bon Odori, a dance that transcended time, binding the living and the dead in a tapestry of shared memory. Every movement echoed a story, a grandmother's laughter, a father's embrace, reminding everyone that those who had sacrificed were never truly gone. They lived on in spirit, in lesson, in love undying and eternal. In the shadowy valleys of the Scottish Highlands, the ancient practice of Samhain emerged from the mist, a festival that marked the end of harvest and the beginning of winter. Here, the veil between the living and the dead was believed to be thinnest. Bonfires lit the dark, as villagers gathered to call upon those who had fallen, honoring the warriors of old. The air crackled with the energy of remembrance. The flames flickered like the souls they honored. Memories of battles fought and lives lost surged through the gathering, igniting a fierce pride and deep sorrow. Stories of heroism and sacrifice suffused the night, binding the community together in a shared embrace of grief and gratitude. On the shores of the Indian subcontinent, the Ganga Aarti ritual took on a sacred urgency. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the river came alive with light and devotion. Devotees offered their prayers to the flowing waters, sending boats adorned with flowers and candles downstream. Each tiny vessel carried a whisper of remembrance for those who had departed. The flames reflected in the river, a shimmering reminder that life itself flowed onward, even as it mourned the cherished souls who had crossed over. The air was filled with the scent of incense and the sound of chanting, creating a symphony of remembrance that transcended the boundaries of time. In the United States, Memorial Day transformed each grave into a canvas of honor. Soldiers who had fought for freedom were remembered with flags and flowers. Communities came together, standing in reverence as the national anthem played, evoking a swell of emotion. Each name read aloud was a story reclaimed, a life honored. The moments of silence that followed felt heavy with the weight of loss, yet within that silence lay a profound connection to the sacrifice and bravery of those who had served. In ancient Greece, the festival of Anthesteria brought forth a celebration of Dionysus, where the dead were remembered and the cycle of life was acknowledged. The living offered wine and flowers to the spirits, inviting them to partake in the festivities. As night fell, the boundaries blurred. Laughter mingled with whispers of the past. The ancient Greeks understood that true remembrance was not merely about mourning, but about celebrating life, connecting the realms of the living and the dead in a dance that transcended the mortal coil. In the heart of Africa, the ceremonies of the Zulu people resonated with a raw, vibrant energy. Ancestors were called upon during rituals that honored the sacrifices made for the tribe. Drumming echoed through the valleys, a rhythmic pulse that honored those who had come before. The community gathered, dressed in traditional attire, their spirits lifted by the songs that told of bravery and loss. Each beat of the drum was a heartbeat of remembrance, a connection to the past that resonated in the bones of those present. In the midst of all these rituals, a common thread wove through the fabric of human experience: the need to remember, to honor, to acknowledge sacrifice. The act of remembrance became a sacred ritual in itself, a way to ensure that those who had given so much would never be forgotten. From the solemnity of a single candle lit in a darkened room to the grand displays of celebration and dance, the essence of honor transformed grief into something profoundly beautiful. As the sun set over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the hearts of those gathered, a sense of urgency filled the air. Each flickering flame, each whispered prayer, served as a reminder that life flows in cycles, where remembrance fuels the spirit and binds the living to the dead. The rituals of remembrance formed a bridge, uniting the past with the present, allowing stories of sacrifice to echo through time, ensuring that no hero would fade into the shadows. In every corner of the globe, cultures continued to weave their unique tapestries of honor, a rich mosaic reflecting the complexities of grief and celebration. The souls honored through these rituals lingered in the air, an unbroken connection that stirred the emotions of all who participated. It was a powerful testament to humanity's enduring spirit, a call to remember and honor the sacrifices that shaped the world. Each flame flickered with life, each story echoed with truth, and with each act of remembrance, the sacred bond between the living and the departed deepened, creating an everlasting legacy woven through the fabric of time. In the flickering shadows of ancient temples, where the air was thick with a sense of reverence and fear, the worshippers of Saturn gathered, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of flickering torches. It was a time when the line between the earthly and the divine blurred, and the very ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with the weight of history. This was not merely a gathering. It was a communion with something profound, something timeless. At the center of it all stood the symbols, powerful emblems embodying the god's essence, each one a gateway to deeper understanding. Saturn, the harbinger of time and cycles, was depicted with a multitude of symbols that wrapped around the worshippers like a cloak, enveloping them in a narrative that spanned generations. The scythe, perhaps the most recognizable of these symbols, gleamed ominously in the low light. It represented not just the harvest but also the relentless passage of time, the inevitable cycle of life and death. As worshippers gazed upon it, they felt a shiver run down their spines, a reminder that all must return to the earth, that all that lives must end. In the depths of this realization lay an unfathomable respect for Saturn, whose very being embodied the duality of creation and destruction. In the temple, the intricate carvings on the walls told stories that echoed through the ages. Every curve and angle was imbued with significance, from the serpentine forms intertwined with the god's image to the unblinking eyes of the owls that perched nearby. Owls, symbols of wisdom, served as a reminder of the dark knowledge that came with Saturn's teachings. Worshippers often felt the weight of these symbols pressing down on them, urging them to reflect on their own lives, their choices, and the consequences that followed. Imagine a priest standing before a statue of Saturn, hands raised in supplication. Draped in robes that shimmered with the colors of twilight, his voice resonated through the stone chamber. He invoked the power of the god while the flickering flames cast dancing shadows, creating a surreal backdrop. The very room seemed alive, pulsating with the energy of shared belief. Around the priest, the symbols adorned the altar, small figures of infants, representing the joyful rebirth and innocence that Saturn also embraced. The worshippers felt a tug at their hearts, a reminder of the lost joys of youth, the fleeting moments that slipped through their fingers like grains of sand. As the rituals unfolded, the presence of the symbols grew more palpable. The traditional Saturnalia celebration brought forth an explosion of imagery, masks, garlands, and the iconic black and white stripes that adorned the participants. These stripes symbolized the balance between opposites, light and dark, joy and sorrow, freedom and restraint. Laughter echoed through the streets as the boundaries of societal norms melted away. In every cheer, there was an undercurrent of longing for what lay beyond the mundane, for a momentary escape that Saturn allowed, albeit fleetingly. The connection between Saturn and agriculture was profound. Symbols of grain were intricately woven into the fabric of worship. From wheat sheaves to cornucopias, these images spoke to the sustenance of life and the promise of abundance. Yet, as the worshippers plucked the grains and offered them in sacrifice, They were reminded of the struggle that lay behind every harvest. The labor, the toil, the anxiety of waiting for rain or sun. It all coalesced into a singular moment of gratitude towards the God who controlled it all. The air grew thick with emotion, the worshippers bound by a collective understanding of the fragility of their existence. Consider the significance of the Saturn idol itself. Crafted from rough stone, its features weathered by time, the idol bore witness to countless prayers and offerings. The god's expression was one of stern wisdom, a reminder that life was a perpetual cycle of hardship and reward. Worshippers approached the statue with a mix of reverence and trepidation, their hearts pounding as they touched the cold stone, feeling a connection to the past. Each touch was a silent prayer, a plea for guidance, for strength to face the uncertainties that lay ahead. Even the music played during rituals held meaning. The haunting melodies danced in the air, weaving through the crowd like a spell. Drums resonated deeply, mimicking the heartbeat of the earth, while stringed instruments evoked the cries of longing and hope. Every note stirred something within, awakening memories and emotions long buried. As the sounds enveloped the worshippers, they felt as if they were part of a greater narrative, one that transcended the boundaries of time and space, uniting them in their shared devotion. The symbolism of Saturn had a dark side too, a reminder of the god's capacity for fear and chaos. In the depths of winter, when the days were short and the nights stretched endlessly, his presence loomed large. Shadows whispered secrets of suffering and sacrifice, and the worshippers felt a chill that ran deeper than the cold. The symbols of the season, barren trees, withered vines, spoke to the harsh realities of life, the struggles that lay beneath the surface. Yet even in this darkness, there was a flicker of hope, a promise of rebirth when spring would come to thaw the frozen earth. As the night wore on, the fires crackled and the symbols continued to pulse with energy. Rituals were not just acts of devotion. They were visceral experiences that tied the worshippers to something greater than themselves. The very stones of the temple resonated with their collective heartbeat, a testament to their unwavering faith. With every chant, every offering, the symbols wove an intricate tapestry of emotion, history, and belief that echoed through the ages, intertwining the past with the present. In that sacred space, where symbols danced between light and shadow, the worshippers knew they were part of a grand story, one that would continue long after their time. And as the night faded into dawn, they felt a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that even in the cycles of despair, Saturn's teachings illuminated the path forward. The symbols remained, ever watchful, waiting to guide the next generation into the arms of their ancient god, ensuring the legacy of Saturn endured through the ages. In the cool shadows of a twilight sky, a gathering began beneath the ancient oaks, their gnarled branches reaching out like fingers toward the heavens. The air buzzed with electricity, anticipation thrumming through the crowd, igniting a fire within their hearts. They came draped in black and silver, each garment shimmering under the light of the waning crescent moon, a celestial blink that whispered tales of old. Tonight was a night for Saturn, an homage to the planet that had inspired awe and reverence for centuries. Saturn, the harbinger of time, discipline, and wisdom, had woven itself into the fabric of human culture, from the ancient Romans to the contemporary seekers who stood now, hands raised toward the stars. It was impossible not to feel the pull of this distant giant, a ringed wonder that had captured imaginations for millennia. The circle formed, and with each heartbeat, the energy grew, an invisible thread binding everyone together. As the drumming began, a primal rhythm echoed through the grove, deep and resonant, awakening the spirits of those who once walked these lands. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a sacred rite, a communion with the cosmic energies that Saturn bestowed. The participants, their faces aglow with fervor, chanted ancient incantations, words steeped in history, echoing chants once sung by pagans of yore. Each syllable ignited a spark of recognition, a tangible connection to the past, as if the very essence of Saturn flowed through their veins. In the flickering candlelight, an altar stood adorned with offerings, black stones representing Saturn's stoic strength, sprigs of willow symbolizing resilience, and shards of obsidian capturing the shadows of introspection. Each item was chosen with care, each one echoing the characteristics of the planet that ruled over discipline and transformation. The participants knelt before the altar, their hearts beating in a unified rhythm. They were not merely worshippers but conduits of energy, channeling the wisdom of their forebears. What was it about Saturn that drew them in? Was it the bittersweet recognition of life's inevitable cycles? The lessons learned through hardship? In every age, Saturn had cast a spell of reflection, urging humanity to confront its truths, both beautiful and painful. The frigid chill of winter mirrored the lessons of restraint, while the vibrant blooms of spring echoed the promise of renewal. The cycle was relentless, yet there was comfort in its predictability, a testament to the enduring nature of existence. As the night deepened, stories began to weave through the air. Tales of ancestors who had celebrated Saturn's return with feasting and revelry. The laughter of children echoed as they danced around bonfires, the scent of roasted chestnuts mingling with the cool night air. Each tale was a thread in a vast tapestry, a reminder that these rituals were not only about the present, but a bridge linking the past with the future. An elder stepped forward, her voice a melodic hymn penetrating the reverent silence. She spoke of the Saturnalia, the ancient Roman festival that celebrated the god Saturn, a time of liberation and joy. It was a time when social hierarchies crumbled and the world turned topsy-turvy. This festival was a reminder of the joys and trials of life, a celebration of the chaos that often coexisted with order. The crowd felt the weight of those words, resonating with their own experiences. The joyous moments interwoven with struggles that forged resilience. The drumming intensified, transforming into a heartbeat, a pulse that surged through the earth and into the souls of the gathered. Each strike of the drum resonated with the very core of existence, echoing the trials faced by those who had come before. They raised their hands skyward, feeling the energy of the universe swirl around them, a cosmic dance that bridged past, present, and future. As the ritual reached its zenith, a sudden stillness enveloped the grove. The moon peeked through the clouds, casting a silvery light that illuminated the participants' faces, each etched with a mixture of wonder and determination. They were not alone. Spirits danced in the shadows, ancestors enveloping them in an embrace of understanding and strength. The air crackled with possibilities, a reminder that each person held the power to shape their destiny, to learn from the past while forging a path toward the future. With each chant, they called upon Saturn's energy, inviting wisdom and clarity to guide them. The connection was palpable, a thread of shared human experience woven through time. They felt the weight of their responsibilities, the lessons of discipline and patience that Saturn demanded. It was a call to action, a reminder that the cosmos had a hand in their journey, urging them to confront their own shadows and emerge transformed. As the night waned, the energy began to shift, a gentle ebb that stirred the emotions within. Each participant felt the warmth of belonging, a community created not just in the moment but transcending the confines of time. They were bound together by a shared purpose, each heart a beacon of light illuminating the way through the darkness. In that hallowed grove, under the celestial watch of Saturn, they were not just individuals. They were a collective force, a tapestry of hopes and dreams interwoven with the threads of history. And so they danced, as the echoes of drums and chants faded into the night, knowing that the mysteries of Saturn would guide them in every step. The night had transformed them, igniting a passion that would ripple through their lives long after the candles flickered out. The moon hung high, a silent witness to their vows, whispers of promise to honor the lessons of Saturn, to embrace both the joys and challenges that lay ahead. Each heartbeat resonated with the truth that they were a part of something greater, a cosmic legacy that continued to unfold, urging them onward in their shared journey beneath the watchful gaze of the enduring stars. The streets of ancient Rome, once alive with laughter and vibrant celebrations, whispered stories of a time when the spirit of Saturnalia reigned supreme. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, echoes of joyous revelry filled the air. Families gathered, slaves were freed, and the boundaries of social classes blurred under the twinkling lights of the festival. It was a time when the world felt lighter, dreams became tangible, and hope flourished like the vibrant garlands of greenery that adorned every doorway. Yet, like the dying embers of a fire, the fervor of Saturnalia began to fade, leaving behind only the chilling shadows of what once was. The decline of the Saturnalia festival was not marked by a single event but rather a slow, creeping erosion of cultural values. In the twilight of the Roman Empire, as emperors rose and fell, so too did the vitality of its traditions. The festival that once celebrated the joys of life and the equality of all people began to feel like an echo, a memory slipping further into the past. With each year that passed, the laughter grew quieter, and the bright lights dimmed, leaving a haunting silence in their wake. A veil of uncertainty cloaked the streets. Some whispered of the growing influence of Christianity, a new belief system that clashed with the joyous abandon of Saturnalia. The old ways were questioned, and the rituals that once brought people together now stood in stark contrast to the ideals of restraint and piety. The flicker of hope that once danced in every heart now flickered like a candle in a storm, fighting against the winds of change. Families, once united in celebration, found themselves divided by their beliefs. The joyous sounds of music and laughter began to fade, replaced by the somber tones of reflection and remorse. As the years rolled on, Saturnalia became a mere shadow of its former self. The grand feasts that had once brought rich and poor alike to the same table grew smaller, less elaborate. A sense of desperation haunted the festivities, as if each celebration were a last gasp of breath in a drowning world. The lavish distribution of gifts dwindled, replaced by a perfunctory exchange that lacked the warmth and love of earlier years. The spirit of generosity that had once defined the festival was slowly choked by the relentless grip of societal change. In the palaces, the wealthy retreated into their marble walls, shielding themselves from the reality outside. The world beyond their opulent doors crumbled under the weight of economic despair and political turmoil. The laughter of children playing in the streets faded away, replaced by the hollow echoes of abandoned games. The joy of Saturnalia became a distant memory, trapped in the hearts of those who yearned for the simplicity of the past. The priests, once the joyous stewards of Saturnalia, began to grow uneasy. They felt the change creeping into their sacred rituals, transforming the festival into something that felt foreign and detached. The sacred sacrifices that had once brought the community together began to spark unrest. People questioned the very essence of the celebrations. Were they still honoring Saturn, the god of sowing seeds and time, or were they merely going through the motions? Doubt settled into the minds of the faithful, and the festival, once a vibrant tapestry of joy, began to unravel thread by thread. Outside the temple walls, whispers of revolution danced in the air. The common people, long neglected, began to rise, demanding their voices be heard. In the chaos, the festive spirit that once united them was swallowed by the overwhelming tide of unrest and despair. Saturnalia, once a time for joy and generosity, became a battleground for ideals, a reflection of a society torn apart by conflict. The laughter of the past was replaced by cries for justice, leaving a bitter taste where sweetness once thrived. The emperors, too, felt the weight of this decline. They attempted to restore the festival, to breathe new life into the fading traditions. They introduced new laws and edicts, trying to revive the once-cherished spirit of Saturnalia with grand parades and spectacles. But the heart of the festival had already begun to rot. The people, disillusioned and restless, could not be swayed by mere displays of grandeur. The essence of Saturnalia was lost, replaced by hollow attempts to recapture what had slipped through their fingers. As each year passed, the festival became a mere relic, a reminder of a once thriving culture. The laughter faded into the wind, the lights dimmed, and the gatherings grew sparse. Families no longer felt the pull to celebrate together, and as the fires of Saturnalia extinguished, so too did the warmth of community and connection. A heavy shroud of nostalgia wrapped itself around the festival, suffocating the very joy it once celebrated. The decline of Saturnalia was not just the loss of a festival. It was the fading of a spirit, a collective heartbeat that once united a vast empire. The world had changed, and with it, the essence of the celebration transformed into a mere whisper of its former glory. The sun set on a tradition that had brought light to the darkest days, leaving behind only memories of laughter, warmth, and community. In the silence that followed, the people of Rome felt the weight of their loss. The vibrant energy that had once pulsed through the streets was replaced by a sense of longing, a yearning for the shared joy that had bound them together. The echoes of laughter became a distant memory, fading into the fabric of time, while the spirit of Saturnalia lingered like a ghost, haunting the hearts of those who remembered. Under a sky painted with twilight hues, a solitary figure stands at the edge of a weathered stone circle, the air thick with the weight of untold stories. The figure gazes upward, eyes reflecting the shimmering rings of Saturn, a haunting symbol that has mesmerized humanity for centuries. Saturn, the ancient god of time, harvest, and dissolution, looms large in the cosmos, casting a shadow over culture and creativity that continues to ripple through literature and film, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. In the dim glow of candlelight, a writer furiously scribbles words on yellowed paper, inspired by the celestial giant. The figure of Saturn, a complex blend of dread and allure, creeps into tales of chaos and creation, from the whispers of ancient myth to the echoes that tickle the spine. The timeless myth of Saturn, or Cronus as he was known in Greek mythology, painted a picture of a god destined to be overthrown by his own child. This primal fear of being consumed by one's creations inflicted a haunting pattern throughout the ages, leading storytellers to explore themes of power, betrayal, and the cyclical nature of life. Every page turned stirs a memory, a pulse, a heartbeat. The legacy of Saturn resonates within the Gothic realms crafted by writers like Mary Shelley and Edgar Allan Poe, whose narratives pulse with existential dread. Shelley's Frankenstein explores the consequences of defying nature, echoing Saturn's own downfall, where the act of creation becomes a monstrous burden. With each stroke of her pen, Shelley captures the terrifying idea that the creator is often bound to face the consequences of their creation. An echo of Saturn's dreaded fate, a chilling reminder of time and destiny intertwined. In the flickering shadows of a theater, a spellbound audience holds its breath, captivated by the tale unfolding on the screen. The film Interstellar thrusts viewers into the overwhelming vastness of space, where time bends and twists, reflecting Saturn's own enigmatic nature. The narrative wrestles with love and loss, a poignant reminder of what it means to be human against the relentless tide of time. Dark, haunting visuals of Saturn's rings serve as both a backdrop and a metaphor, inviting viewers to confront the deepest fears of abandonment and the inexorable passage of time. Could it be that in confronting the universe's mysteries, humanity also grapples with its own inner Saturn, that consuming figure lurking within, yearning for understanding? As the lights dim, a new story begins, a reimagining of ancient myths. The saga of the Hunger Games echoes the themes of sacrifice and survival, mirroring the Roman god's tale. Katniss Everdeen, a reluctant hero, becomes a modern embodiment of the fierce struggle against oppressive forces, much like the rebellion against Saturn's rule. In this dystopian landscape, the lessons of the past are reframed, a reminder that the past is never truly gone, but rather waits in the shadows, ready to strike. The brilliance of this narrative lies in its ability to connect the ancient with the contemporary, revealing how Saturn's legacy weaves through the fabric of society, challenging characters to break free from the chains of destiny. In the quiet sanctuary of a library, a researcher uncovers the threads of Saturn's legacy, finding connections that pulse with life. The symbolism of Saturn as the harbinger of time and fate resonates in countless works, from the darkly whimsical tales of Neil Gaiman to the emotionally charged narratives of Ishmael Reed. Gaiman's American Gods dances with the idea that old gods never truly fade away. They evolve, adapting to the changing landscape of belief. Saturn, with his complex nature, serves as a reminder of the cycles we cannot escape: life, death, and rebirth. Reed's work challenges readers to confront the uncomfortable truths of history, as Saturn becomes a lens through which they view the struggles of identity and the weight of legacy. Suddenly, A loud gasp breaks the silence, as the researcher stumbles upon an illustration depicting Saturn devouring his children. The imagery is both grotesque and haunting, a vivid representation of the fear that creative acts can lead to destruction. This symbolism flows through literature, leaving a residue of anxiety in its wake. Each child sacrificed to the insatiable hunger of the god becomes a metaphor for artistic creation. What must be given up for the sake of creation? What costs must be paid? The questions linger, heavy in the air, capturing the hearts of those who ponder their own sacrifices in pursuit of healing, creation, and understanding. As night deepens, the world of cinema takes hold. The Fountain, with its delicate intertwining of love and loss across time, reflects the complex legacy of Saturn. The quest for immortality becomes a journey through pain and beauty, where the fleeting nature of existence is laid bare. The imagery of the mighty tree, echoing the rings of Saturn, serves as a constant reminder of life's cycles: growth, decay, and rebirth. The audience is left grappling with the profound truth that every creation is bound by time, and every moment is precious, a fleeting gift wrapped in the strangeness of existence. In a bustling cafe, a group of friends debates the impact of these narratives, their voices rising in fervor. "What about the legacy of Saturn in horror?" one shouts, invoking the spine-chilling presence of films like The Witch. Here, the specter of Saturn transforms into something darker, a symbol of paranoia and control. The Witch, reminiscent of the old ways, becomes a figure of rebellion against the crushing weight of societal norms. The tension within the story echoes Saturn's own story, a battle against fate, an exploration of the human spirit's resilience against oppression. The conversation flows like a river, intertwining thoughts and emotions, pouring over the banks of understanding. With each shared story, Saturn's legacy emerges more prominent, a tapestry woven through time and culture. This conversation, electric with passion and curiosity, serves as a testament to the enduring power of myths. The characters, both in tales and in real life, are forever marked by their encounters with the shadow of Saturn, the god of time, the harbinger of endings, and yet, paradoxically, a figure of new beginnings. Outside, the stars twinkle like secrets waiting to be revealed. Saturn watches over, a silent witness to the stories unfolding below. The legacy of this celestial giant stretches far beyond the confines of ancient tales. It breathes life into modern narratives, inspiring generations of creators and dreamers. The threads of fear, love, sacrifice, and rebellion knit together a rich tapestry that captivates the imagination, urging humanity to confront its deepest fears and aspirations, never allowing the stories to truly end, but instead, weaving seamlessly into the next chapter, waiting to be written. In a hushed corner of the universe, where the stars flicker like whispered secrets, Saturn looms, its rings a breathtaking tapestry of ice and rock, a celestial marvel that has captured the hearts of dreamers and scientists alike. Somewhere between the vivid swirls of gas and the silent dance of its moons, a story unfolds. A story that stretches back eons, waiting to be preserved in whispers and echoes, lovingly tucked away in museums and archaeological sites that cradle Saturn's history. As visitors step into the Saturnian History Museum, their breath catches in their throats. The air is cool and charged with anticipation, each exhibit a time capsule, each artifact a thread in the grand tapestry of Saturn's past. The museum stands as a testament to the age-old yearning to understand the cosmos, with its walls echoing the footsteps of countless inquisitive minds. Here, the remnants of ancient civilizations are displayed. Small, intricately carved figures that tell tales of Saturn worship, artifacts engraved with symbols that hint at a cosmic connection, and maps showing the celestial paths that guided early stargazers. In the dim light, a child clutches their parent's hand, eyes wide with wonder. Did they really look up at the stars like we do? They whisper, voice barely breaking the reverent hush of the room. It's a question that hangs in the air, the answer forever intertwined with the mystery of Saturn. The child walks closer to a display case filled with a collection of meteorites that once danced through the vastness before landing softly on Titan, Saturn's enigmatic moon. Each stone carries the weight of history, a fragment of the universe that has seen the birth of stars and the death of worlds. As the exhibits unfold, the atmosphere shifts. A film plays on a loop in the background, a documentary chronicling the early astronomers who gazed through rudimentary telescopes, their hearts racing as they first glimpsed Saturn's rings. The footage is grainy, yet the emotion is palpable. You can almost hear the thud of their hearts, the awe that rippled through them, a tidal wave of emotions crashing over the generations that followed. These pioneers faced skepticism from their peers, yet they pressed on, propelled by an insatiable curiosity. Each discovery was a small victory against the vast unknown, and to think of their struggles and triumphs stirs the soul. Outside the museum, the cold wind whispers through the ancient trees, their gnarled branches reaching skyward, as if trying to touch the very planet that inspired generations. Those who have come to visit stroll along paths lined with stones engraved with the names of notable figures in the study of Saturn and its moons. Among them, the name of Galileo stands out, a beacon of brilliance in the history of astronomy. He was the one who first turned his telescope towards Saturn and marveled at its rings, a revelation that would ignite the imaginations of many. His legacy is etched into the very air, a reminder of the light he brought into the darkness of ignorance. The archaeological site nearby tells another layer of the tale. Excavations reveal remnants of ancient settlements that thrived under Saturn's watchful gaze. Artifacts unearthed from the soil, a collection of pottery, tools, and even remnants of ancient rituals, speak of a civilization that revered the planet as a god. Among the ruins, a beautifully preserved altar stands, its surface adorned with celestial motifs. Scholars gather around, their voices low but fervent, as they debate the significance of the site. It's here that the past hums with life, each brush of the archaeologist's hand against the earth echoing in the silence. A team of researchers digs deeper, unearthing a mural that depicts the phases of Saturn, a celestial clock that guided the people through their seasons. Their excitement is infectious, palpable. As they meticulously clean the surface, each stroke seems to awaken the stories trapped within the pigment, tales of harvests, sacrifices, and perhaps even celestial festivals that celebrated the beauty of the spinning giant above. The sun dips low, casting a golden hue over the excavation site, illuminating the faces of the team members, their eyes alight with passion and purpose. In moments of quiet reflection, a historian wanders through the site, their heart heavy with the weight of time. They ponder the dreams and fears of those who came before, those who looked up in wonder, hoping for answers that eluded them. What drove them to gaze so intently at the night sky? Was it hope, fear, or a thirst for knowledge? The historian closes their eyes, allowing the cold breeze to wash over them, feeling a connection that transcends centuries. As night falls, the sky over the museum and archaeological site transforms into a canvas of stars. Saturn shines brightly, a sentinel watching over the stories being told below. Visitors gather outside, eyes turned upwards, entranced by its glow. The sight is mesmerizing, evoking a sense of unity, a shared experience that transcends time and space. It's a moment that binds generations. The wonder and awe felt by the ancient worshippers echo in the hearts of those standing there, as they stand awash in the light of the gas giant. In this tapestry of history and discovery, the preservation of Saturn's story becomes a living entity, a testament to the enduring human spirit. Each artifact, each mural, each whispered secret is a reminder of the dreams that have danced through the ages and the unbreakable bond between humanity and the cosmos. And as the stars twinkle like diamonds in the night sky, the echoes of the past blend seamlessly with the hopes of the present, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of all who dare to look up and wonder. The air around the ancient altar crackled with a tension that could be felt in the very bones of those gathered. Shadows flickered and danced in the dim light of torches, casting long, eerie shapes against the stone walls that had witnessed countless rituals throughout the ages. The stones, worn and weathered, whispered stories of sacrifice, echoing the chilling chants of priests long gone. Among them, the name Saturn loomed large, a titan of time, a deity that demanded reverence and at times, blood. As the flickering flames illuminated the faces of the onlookers, eyes glinted with a mix of fear and anticipation. Their ancestors had spoken of Saturn's insatiable hunger, a craving so profound it could only be satiated by the ultimate offering. Each year, as winter draped its cold cloak over the land, people would gather, their hearts pounding in synchrony with the heavy drums that resonated like a heartbeat. To the ancients, the cycle of life and death was a dance, and Saturn was the grim partner who led the way. Historians have dug deep into the past, unearthing scrolls and artifacts that betray the chilling realities of these rituals. The Romans, with their elaborate temples and intricate systems of belief, left behind breadcrumbs for modern scholars to follow. Yet, what lay behind the dusty pages of history was sometimes more horrific than anyone could have imagined. The sacrifices were not merely acts of devotion but desperate attempts to appease a deity whose wrath was as merciless as the winter storms that ravaged their crops and threatened their survival. As researchers peer into the remnants of these sacred sites, they are confronted with remnants of life and death intertwined. Tiny bones, remnants of offerings buried beneath layers of ash and earth. Each discovery sends shivers down their spines, each fragment a reminder of the ancient pact made with a god who demanded the highest price. What they find is not just a reflection of a distant past but a mirror held up to the darkest corners of human nature. The chilling realization sets in: to understand Saturn is to understand the depths of human fear and the lengths to which we will go to seek favor from the unknown. The scientists and historians become entranced, their minds racing as they connect dots between the ancient texts and the physical evidence. They ponder the implications of their findings, wondering how deeply such beliefs have rooted themselves in the human psyche. The very thought sends a shiver of unease through them, for they know that the past is not just a distant echo, it reverberates in the present. In the research labs, discussions are fervent and heated. Each new piece of evidence feels like a time bomb waiting to explode. What if the sacrifices weren't merely offerings but a means of control? What if Saturn represented not just a deity but the very forces of nature that humans have always tried to tame? The air is thick with emotion, an electric tension that keeps everyone on edge. Each hypothesis is met with a mixture of fascination and fear as they grapple with the implications of their discoveries on modern beliefs and practices. The ancient Romans weren't alone in their practices. Across the globe, similar rituals unfolded in the shadows of mighty civilizations. The Aztecs, too, danced to the rhythm of drums, their hearts pounding in sync with the sacrifices offered to their gods. As scholars draw parallels, they can't help but feel the weight of history bearing down upon them. Are humans destined to repeat such dark chapters? What remnants of these ancient beliefs linger in modern society, lurking in the hidden corners of our collective consciousness? Night after night, the researchers huddle over their findings, poring over ancient texts, their fingers tracing the faded ink of long-lost words. They piece together a tapestry of belief, each thread pulsating with the lives of those who once walked the earth. The emotions run high as they consider the implications of their work. The sacrifices, once seen merely as remnants of a superstitious past, blossom into a complex web of human emotion, fear, and survival instinct. The question lingers: when does devotion turn into desperation? As the weight of their discoveries settles upon their shoulders, they find themselves questioning their own beliefs. The shadows of the past loom large, casting doubt and fear into their hearts. What if they, too, are unwitting participants in a long-standing dance with the unknown? The research becomes more than just an academic pursuit. It is an exploration of humanity itself, a reflection of the darker impulses that can surface when faced with the mysteries of life and death. Emotions run high as they gather around the table, discussing the next steps in their research. The stakes feel impossibly high, and the air buzzes with a mix of excitement and dread. Their conversations swirl around the possibility of unveiling more truths about Saturn and the sacrifices made in its name. But as they delve deeper, the shadows grow darker, looming ever larger, and the echoes of those who came before them seem to whisper warnings in their ears. In the end, the current research on Saturn and human sacrifice is not just an inquiry into ancient practices. It's a relentless pursuit of understanding the very fabric of humanity. It's about confrontation, not just with the past, but with the darkest fears that lie within us all. The emotional currents pull them in, wrapping around their hearts, refusing to let go. Each discovery opens up a new realm of questions, driving them forward into the abyss of human nature, compelled by a force as ancient and powerful as Saturn itself. The journey continues, each moment steeped in tension, each revelation a step further into the chilling dance between fear, reverence, and the unyielding grip of the past.